Chapter 609. The three of them laughed. If the Buddha Pavilion elder was here, that guy would definitely be able to brag about his dharma, Xiaoyang muttered. They had known each other for a long time and were very close. Although Elder Efo had gone to meditate on Buddhism, it did not stop them from drinking and eating in the pavilion and bragging about their life experiences. After some small talk, they bragged until the evening. After sending Elder Jianga off, Xiaoyang stood up and said to Elder Lei, "Let's go to the Thunder Sea." Elder Lei was excited and his eyes shone with joy. He hurriedly said, "Oh, good, this is good. I knew brother Xiaoyang was loyal. Let's go." The Thunder Pavilion's invitation was a success. Elder Lei could be considered a great contributor to the Thunder Pavilion. He was the first one to invite Xiaoyang out of all the pavilion lords. The two of them used their cultivation and movement skills and quickly headed towards the Thunder Pavilion. Because Xiaoyang had recently improved his cultivation, his speed had also increased by several times. If not for Elder Lei's face and deliberately slowing down, Elder Lei would not have been able to catch up. A few minutes later, the two of them appeared at the Thunder Mountain. The sky above Thunder Mountain was always filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed through the thick and dense dark clouds. From time to time, there would be rumbling sounds of thunder and lightning striking down from the sky. Every time the lightning struck the ground would tremble. The most pitiful were the tall trees that were struck beyond recognition. If not for the special physique of the Thunder Mountain, they would have withered and died. But because these trees were struck by lightning for many years and did not die, some of them evolved into thunder trees. These thunder trees had many uses. They could be used to make medicinal herbs and elixirs. They could also be used to make dharma treasures. They could also be used to make furniture or decorations. They could also be used to defend against lightning. Xiaoyang looked around and only felt that it was pitch black. The atmosphere was oppressive and cold. Only when lightning flashed across the sky did he see some light. Seeing the people of the Thunder Pavilion living and cultivating in such an environment, he could not help but sigh. With such a harsh environment, it was still acceptable to come here occasionally to gain experience. However, living here all year round made Xiaoyang somewhat unbearable. "Elder Lei, I'm not familiar with the Thunder Court. Please lead the way to the Thunder Ocean. Let's not waste any more time. I'm guessing that when I come out of the Thunder Ocean, it will be time for me to challenge Ancestor 13 of the Fong clan." Xiaoyang said softly to Elder Lei who was beside him, "Come with me," Elder Lei said to Xiaoyang. Then he walked in front and led Xiaoyang towards the Sea of Thunder. He also knew about Xiaoyang and the Fong clan's ancestor, 13. The Fong clan's clansmen were the poison sect's head elder's clansmen, so it wasn't appropriate for them to interfere. Not long after, they arrived at the location of the Sea of Lightning. The so-called Sea of Lightning was actually a gigantic canyon filled with lightning. This canyon accumulated lightning all year round, causing the entire canyon to be filled with lightning bolts. In addition, lightning bolts fell from the sky every minute and every second. All of the lightning bolts that fell were absorbed by the canyon, causing the lightning in the canyon to become even more intense. Thus, the Thunder Court's people called this place the Sea of Lightning. This Sea of Lightning was hundreds of thousands of meters wide. At the edges, the lightning's power was not that strong. However, the closer one got to the center, the stronger the lightning became. Lightning pearls condensed near the center of the Sea of Lightning. The closer one got to the center, the more lightning pearls condensed. There were countless people who wanted to enter the Sea of Lightning, but those who dared to enter were pitifully few. This was because the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Up until now, the number of people who had died in the Sea of Lightning had exceeded 3 digits. Thus, wanting and daring were two different things. What one wanted to do, one might not have the courage to do it. Those who had the courage might not have the ability to do it. Those who entered the Sea of Lightning did not lack courage. Those who had died in the Sea of Lightning were people who did not have the ability to show off. Elder Lei accompanied Xiaoyang to stand at the edge of the Sea of Lightning, looking at the lightning bolts that resembled dragons swimming in the Sea of Lightning. After a moment of silence, he said to Xiaoyang, "Brother Xiaoyang, as you can see, this is the Sea of Lightning. The dangers inside are much more dangerous than what you can see. You must not underestimate it. If you really can't do it, don't try to show off. Because of that, more than 100 people have died in there. This is the statistics for the past 10 years. As for the statistics from 10 years ago, it is probably even more exaggerated." Elder Lei said sincerely, although he wanted the lightning pearls and hoped that Xiaoyang could go in and collect them. He wanted to protect Xiaoyang even more. He did not want anything to happen to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang could naturally feel Elder Lei's intentions. He nodded and said, "I know what to do. Don't worry. This time I will go in alone." Looking at the Sea of Lightning before him, Xiaoyang could not help but sigh. He thought to himself, "If the God of Thunder is still here, he will probably cry tears of joy when he sees me. What a pity. After such a long time I have also fallen. I wonder if the God of Thunder is still here." He withdrew his melancholy and said to Elder Lei, "Go back. After I come out, I will definitely look for you." After all, he was invited to help. If he obtained the lightning pearls, he would naturally hand it over to them. Elder Lei nodded repeatedly with a reluctant look on his face. It was as if Xiaoyang might not be able to come out once he went in, and they would never be able to see each other again. After all, in his eyes, the Sea of Lightning was a terrifying existence that could not be challenged. With his ability, he did not have the qualifications to challenge it, unless he was looking for death. Xiaoyang could not help but stare at him and said angrily, "You look like you are waiting for me to die. All right, go back." "Brother Xiaoyang, you are finally here." The leader of the Court of Thunder came from the front and appeared beside Xiaoyang. He looked at Xiaoyang with a smile. He was extremely excited. He firmly believed that as long as Xiaoyang was willing to help, then this matter was already half done. If Xiaoyang was not confident, then he would not have stayed for such a long time. "Yes, Master Lei, I have already promised them. Of course, I will keep my promise. Let's not talk anymore. I will go in now and do my best," Xiaoyang explained to Pavilion Master Lei. Then he used his movement technique and took a step forward. In an instant, he stepped into the Sea of Lightning. At first, he was only at the edge of the Sea of Lightning, but as soon as he stepped in, the lightning around him seemed to have found a target and attacked Xiaoyang. Chapter 610. At the edge, the power of lightning wasn't that strong. Xiaoyang channeled his cultivation and put up a defensive light shield, easily blocking their attacks. Then, Xiaoyang took a few steps forward. Every step he took covered a distance of a few hundred feet. In an instant, he was already 2/5 of the way into the Sea of Lightning. If the center of the Sea of Lightning was the 10th ring, and the outermost ring was the 1st ring, then Xiaoyang was standing at the 4th ring. The power of lightning here was multiplied, and the sound of thunder was deafening. This place was isolated from the outside world. Looking in from the outside, one couldn't see anything. Similarly, looking out from here, one couldn't see Elder Lei and the others. Xiaoyang heaved a sigh of relief. When he was outside, he was afraid of leaking some secrets, so he restrained himself. But now, there was no need to be secretive. He directly released his soul aura. Whether a person was reborn, transmigrated, or came back from the dead, the only thing that didn't change was the soul aura. Xiaoyang pointed his finger between his eyebrows and took out a drop of blood from between his eyebrows. This was the blood of his eyebrows. As this aura was released, the thunderbolts that were attacking him suddenly stopped and did not continue to attack. They stopped at their original positions and looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. They also seemed to be trying to identify something. Finally, they returned to their original positions and stopped attacking Xiaoyang. They seemed to treat Xiaoyang as one of their own. Xiaoyang heaved a sigh of relief again. His eyebrows relaxed. He retracted the defensive light barrier on his body and walked towards the center of the Sea of Lightning alone. Thunder God, this guy, sigh. Xiaoyang didn't know what to say when he thought about this guy. As he walked, he unknowingly reached the 8th ring. In fact, thunder pearls could be seen at the 6th and 7th rings. It was only at the 8th ring that the number of thunder pearls increased. Xiaoyang knew that he could reach the center of the Sea of Lightning, but he didn't want to continue. What was the use of going in? Thor wasn't here. He reached out and took the dozens of thunder beads, putting them into his storage ring. These lightning beads were only the size of a thumb. They floated in the air and were snow-white in color, making them easy to identify. Even though the thunderbolt bead was small, it contained a terrifying power of thunder that could not be underestimated. It could be used as a bomb. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy was unprepared, one could throw the thunderbolt bead out. After the explosion, even a 7th-level martial ancestor realm expert would find it hard to withstand. The thunderbolt beads were also divided into different grades. The closer the thunderbolt bead was to the thunderbolt sea, the higher the grade, and the more incredible the various effects. Xiaoyang collected enough thunder pearls and planned to leave this place. However, at this moment, a thunderous beast appeared in front of him. The reason why it was called a thunderous beast was because this puppy-like demonic beast was completely condensed out of thunder and lightning. It had intelligence. Humans, stop! After the puppy-like thunderous beast appeared, it stepped on the void with its 4 feet. Thunder and lightning grew under its feet. It looked as if it was stepping on thunder and was full of vigor. Its eyes were silver and looked very deep, causing people to lose themselves in it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was actually condensed out of thunder. It released its hostility and locked onto Xiaoyang firmly. A strong, murderous aura emanated from its body. As long as Xiaoyang dared to act rashly, it could possibly attack Xiaoyang. This thunderbolt sea has actually produced a spirit. Xiaoyang stared blankly at the thunderbolt beast in front of him. His face was full of shock and he was in disbelief. This thunderbolt beast was a good thing. However, it was a pity that it could only live in the thunderbolt sea or in a place where thunder existed. Once the thunder disappeared, it would disappear as well. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would have the urge to take it away. The thunderbolt beast in front of him was still a cub. However, it could not be underestimated. It already had a cultivation that was comparable to a 6th-level martial ancestor realm. Once it was allowed to grow, it would most likely grow into a terrifying existence. Since it grew up in thunder and lightning, it should be affected by the thunder god. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. Then he took out his glabella blood and released his soul aura. After the thunderbolt beast felt Xiaoyang's soul aura, its eyes changed. Its expression became hesitant and hesitant. However, its hostility towards Xiaoyang lessened significantly. However, it did not leave because of this. It continued to stare at Xiaoyang. After a moment of silence, it said to Xiaoyang, "These thunderbolt pearls are my food. You can't take so many of them. Otherwise, I'll be hungry." The thunderbolt beast's tone was soft. At the same time, it sounded a little aggrieved. Many people had entered the thunderbolt sea, and many people had taken away thunderbolt pearls. However, Xiaoyang was the only one who had taken away dozens of thunderbolt pearls at once. Xiaoyang was the only one. This was the reason why the thunderbolt beast stood out to stop him. If it did not stop Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang would very likely take away the thunderbolt pearls. When that time came, the thunderbolt beast would have to starve if there were no more thunderbolt pearls to eat. Starving was a very painful thing. The thunderbolt beast had been hungry before. It did not want to starve again. At the same time, there was a hint of pleading in its tone. This was because it felt Xiaoyang's kindness. There was also another indescribable feeling. It did not want to attack Xiaoyang. At the same time, it did not think that it was a match for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He glanced at the thunderbolt beast and slowly said, "Don't worry. I'm only taking these. I won't take the rest. There are more thunderbolt pearls inside. It's enough for you to eat. All right, I'm leaving." Xiaoyang really liked this thunderbolt beast. It could be because of the god of thunder or some other reason. Xiaoyang did not delve into it. After explaining to the thunderbolt beast, he slowly left the center of the thunderbolt sea and walked towards the periphery. The thunderbolt beast stared blankly at Xiaoyang's departure. It saw that Xiaoyang did not lie to it. After Xiaoyang walked away, there was a hint of reluctance in its eyes. Even its mood was a little down at this moment. When Xiaoyang disappeared, it could not help but roar at the sky. Then it lowered its head and walked towards the center of the Thunderbolt Sea, dejectedly. Outside the Thunderbolt Sea, Pavilion Master Lei and Pavilion Elder Lei did not leave. They were still standing there waiting. They had already waited for a month. Yes, a month had passed since Xiaoyang entered the Thunderbolt Sea. Pavilion Master, you can go back. I'll wait here. Once there's news, I'll inform you immediately. Chapter 611. Elder Lei said to Pavilion Master Lei. A month had passed, and Xiaoyang was still nowhere to be seen. Elder Lei's eyes were filled with anxiety and sorrow. Normally, those who had the courage and ability to enter the Thunderbolt Ocean would walk out by themselves in a week. However, a full month had passed, and there was still no news of Xiaoyang. He started to panic, blame himself, and let his imagination run wild. Perhaps Xiaoyang had already perished. If he hadn't invited him over, how could he have perished? It was all his fault. Elder Lei's face was filled with self-blame, and his heart was filled with guilt. However, he still couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe that Xiaoyang had perished. Therefore, he insisted on waiting here, unwilling to leave. As long as he hadn't left, there was still hope. Pavilion Master Lei looked at Elder Lei. He naturally knew about the relationship between Elder Lei and Xiaoyang. However, he didn't know how to comfort Elder Lei. If Xiaoyang had really perished, he would feel regret and pity. Don't think too much. Xiaoyang is a lucky man. He will definitely come out safe and sound. Pavilion Master Lei comforted him. However, he didn't leave and continued to wait. He had high hopes for Xiaoyang as well. They continued to wait. Until evening, a long shadow walked out of the Thunderbolt Ocean slowly. It was Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, is that you? You're not dead? You're finally out? That's great. Elder Lei noticed Xiaoyang immediately. He was so excited that he jumped up from the ground and ran toward Xiaoyang. His face was filled with joy, and his eyes were filled with smiles. When Pavilion Master Lei came back to his senses, he was equally excited. His eyes were burning as he looked at Xiaoyang with desire. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiaoyang was fine. He was really worried that something had happened to Xiaoyang. If something had happened to Xiaoyang in the Sea of Thunder, not to mention the other pavilion masters, just the sect master alone would not forgive him easily. Why are you still waiting here? Xiaoyang walked out of the Sea of Lightning. Because he had just walked out, there were still bolts of lightning swimming on the surface of his body. Then they slowly disappeared. When he saw Pavilion Master Lei and Pavilion Master Lei, he couldn't believe his eyes. However, from this, it could be seen that they were sincere to him. At least, they were very sincere. Brother Xiaoyang, it's good that you're out. It's good that you're fine. Elder Lei was overjoyed. He patted Xiaoyang's shoulder and said, to him, it was not important whether Xiaoyang could obtain the Thunder Pearl or not. What was important was that Xiaoyang was still alive and well. That was enough for him to thank the heavens. Xiaoyang was a little confused. Why was the other party so agitated? Could it be that they knew that he had obtained the Thunder Pearl? I say, Pavilion Master, why are you so happy? Isn't it normal for me to be able to walk out? He asked curiously. His face was full of confusion. The Pavilion Master chuckled and said, Brother Xiaoyang, you don't know. You've been in the Sea of Thunder for a month. Usually, among those who entered the Sea of Thunder, the longest they stayed was a week. However, you stayed for a month. Therefore, we were all worried that you might have met with some mishap. However, you're out now. That's great. As for the Thunder Pearl, It doesn't matter whether you got it or not. So what if Xiaoyang didn't get the Thunder Pearl? He was still a genius with unlimited potential and a sky pride who was good at all aspects. He was still worthy of their attention and friendship. Xiaoyang suddenly understood. No wonder they were so happy. He was a little speechless and said helplessly, "You're thinking too much. I was just taking a walk inside." That's right. He had just taken a walk in the Sea of Thunder. How did a month pass outside? If Xiaoyang remembered correctly, he had only been in the Sea of Thunder for a few days. Hiss! Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. It turned out that the flow of time in the Sea of Thunder was different from the flow of time outside. Fortunately, he didn't continue to stay inside. Otherwise, he would have died of old age. He touched his storage ring. There were dozens of thunder pearls inside. He felt a little comforted. It wasn't a wasted trip. "Tisk, let me show you something good." Xiaoyang smiled proudly and threw away those worrying thoughts. He directly took out 20 thunder pearls from his storage ring. Under the effect of his cultivation, he made them float in midair. When the 20 thumb-sized thunderbolt pearls appeared, they immediately attracted the gazes of Cabinet Master Lei and Cabinet Master Lei. They stared at the thunderbolt pearls, dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Not only was Xiaoyang safe and sound, but he had also collected so many thunder pearls. This was simply too amazing. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. Their faces were full of admiration and worship as they said, "Brother Xiaoyang, you're really too amazing. You're the one who stayed the longest inside, and you're also the one who collected the most thunder pearls in one go. I really don't know how to describe a monster like you." Cabinet Master Lei's face was full of shock. He was deeply impressed by Xiaoyang. Cabinet Master Lei was also speechless. He looked at Xiaoyang as if he had seen a ghost. He knew very well that, even if he went in personally, he might not be able to stay for such a long time, let alone collect so many thunder pearls. This Xiaoyang was really good at creating miracles. He had broken the records of his predecessors time and time again. This was too unbelievable. Xiaoyang blinked and smiled. "All right, we are all friends. Let's cut to the chase. I will leave these thunder pearls to you. You guys develop well." Although he handed over 20 thunder pearls, of course, he kept a few for himself. He had always been someone who didn't want to lose out. No matter what he did, he would never lose out. When Cabinet Master Lei and Cabinet Master Lei saw the thunder pearls Xiaoyang gave them, they became even more excited. They were even breathing heavily and said to Xiaoyang, "Brother Xiaoyang, although we really need the thunder pearls, these thunder pearls were exchanged with our lives. Why don't you keep a few for yourself?" Xiaoyang was a little stunned. He looked at them and thought to himself, "I am still too naive. In order to continue being naive and not let them see that I have thunder pearls, I have to take a few more." Xiaoyang's face didn't turn red. He reached out his hand and took a few thunder pearls. He smiled and said, "All right, I will take these. If you need them next time, you can look for me." Since he could enter the Thunder Sea once, he would definitely be able to enter a second, third, and countless times. Chapter 612. Xiaoyang knew that there was a thunderbolt beast in the Thunder Sea and was tempted. However, he couldn't bring it out now. Once he broke through to Wu Zun's mastery of the Law of Thunder, he might be able to bring it out. Now that he had left a good impression on Pavilion Master Lei, it would be easier for him to do things next time. "Brother Xiaoyang, you have helped Brother Lei a lot this time. We won't say any words of thanks. In short, if you need anything in the future, you can look for us. We will definitely not refuse." Pavilion Master Lei and Pavilion Master Lei cupped their fists at Xiaoyang with deep gratitude. The Thunderbolt Pearl was really too important to the disciples of the Thunder Court. To them, it was not an exaggeration to use it to change their fate. Many of the disciples of the Thunder Court who were stuck in the realm could take another step forward with the help of the Thunderbolt Pearl. To the Thunder Court, it was an increase in their overall strength. Xiaoyang nodded and cupped his fists. Then he used his movement technique and left. Because the flow of time in the Thunder Sea was different from the outside world, he calculated that it was almost time to challenge the Fong clan's Patriarch 13. He figured that he would return to the Sect Master's peak and inform the poisoned Sect Master before going down the mountain. When Xiaoyang returned to the Sect Master's peak, he did not see the poison Sect Master. Instead, he spread out his divine sense and saw a few familiar faces. They were Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Gu Qinghe, Gu Qingshan, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Bu Tianlang, and others. In the past, they had carried out a few missions together and experienced life and death situations. They could be considered as life and death brothers. The reason why they were here was because they knew that Xiaoyang was going to challenge the Fong clan's Patriarch 13 to death. As friends, they naturally had to help Xiaoyang. Back in Fong City, if it wasn't for Xiaoyang desperately holding back Ancestor 13 of the Fong family, they would have all been killed. Xiaoyang had saved their lives, so they naturally couldn't just let Xiaoyang fight alone. Lan, Jia, Gu Qianqian, and the rest were even prepared to break the rules because the Fong clan's Ancestor 13 was a 7th level martial ancestor. Xiaoyang might not necessarily win. Once Xiaoyang lost, they would forcefully intervene and save Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at them with a smug expression. Why are you all here? Meeting an old friend was indeed something to be happy about. Originally, he didn't want to inform them and planned to go to the appointment alone. Now, it seemed that these friends had been waiting for him here for a long time. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel touched. He felt that he didn't get to know them in vain. Brother Xiaoyang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Your cultivation has improved again. We can rest assured. Li Qinghe sensed the change in Xiaoyang's cultivation aura and smiled as he congratulated Xiaoyang. He remembered that when Xiaoyang returned from Fong City, he was only a 5th level martial ancestor. Now that he had advanced to the 7th level martial ancestor, his improvement was godly and rapid. He was deeply impressed. When Gu Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, Fang Zihan, and the rest heard this, they also began to pay attention to Xiaoyang's cultivation aura. Indeed, they discovered that Xiaoyang's cultivation had changed. It was many times stronger than before. This shocked them, although they had made great progress in their cultivation during this period of time. Compared to Xiaoyang, they were like a tortoise. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Congratulations, Brother Xiaoyang. This time, the Fong clan's Ancestor 13 will be in for a good show. Bu Tianlang, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, and the rest laughed out loud. Their worried expressions relaxed, and their tightly knitted brows relaxed. In fact, when they were in Fong City, they all thought that Xiaoyang's challenge to the Fong clan's Ancestor 13 was stupid. However, looking at it now, it might not be a bad idea. In their minds, perhaps Xiaoyang was under this pressure, which was why he worked so hard to cultivate. That was why he had made so much progress. However, because they did not feel any pressure, even though they also worked hard to cultivate, their gains were pitiful. They could not be compared to Xiaoyang at all. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, don't say such congratulatory words. Wait until I defeat that bastard." He had a bit of hatred for the Fong clan's Ancestor 13. If the 3 pavilion lords didn't come in time, he would have been killed by the Fong clan's Ancestor 13. Thinking about it, Xiaoyang was a soul reincarnator. It wasn't easy for him to be reborn, so he knew how to cherish his life. However, he almost died in the hands of the Fong clan's Ancestor 13. How could he endure this? If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman. He didn't take revenge before because he wasn't strong enough. But now, he was fully confident that he could defeat the Fong clan's Ancestor 13. Lan Jiaoye waved her hand and took out the airship. After channeling her cultivation, the airship suddenly emitted a bright light and suddenly became bigger. This airship had an exquisite design with gentle carvings on the sides. There were many ribbons on the railings, which suited Lan Jia's temperament very well. "Cousin, come on board, let's go." She took a step forward and used her movement technique. She jumped onto the boat first and invited Xiaoyang. This airship was specially made for her by her master. It had many more uses compared to ordinary airships. Lan Jia felt proud of this airship. "Oh, I didn't expect Jia to have such a high-quality airship." Xiaoyang praised with a smile. The moment Lan Jia took out the airship, he was really amazed. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Not only Xiaoyang, but the other companions were also stunned. Only Gu Qianqian was an exception. It seemed that Gu Qianqian already knew about this. However, it wasn't strange. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jia had the same master. Gu Qianqian must have known that the first elder had made an airship for Lan Jia. He. Lan Jia looked at the shocked gazes of Xiaoyang and the others and felt very satisfied. She was full of vanity. In the past, it was Xiaoyang who created miracles that shocked her. This time, it could be said that he shocked others. She smiled foolishly. Her smile was pure and unrestrained. Gu Qianqian smiled as well. She circulated her cultivation and took a step forward, flying onto the airship in an instant. She looked at Xiaoyang and the others with a smile. After a round of praise, Xiaoyang and the others also used their movement techniques and boarded the airship. Under Lan Jia and Gu Qianqian's control, the airship took off and left the poison sect. Usually, airships couldn't be used in the sect, but this airship was a little special. It seemed to have a mark on it, and the sect had made a note of it. Therefore, after the array formation scanned the airship, it directly let it pass. The disciples in charge of guarding the airship also remained silent after seeing the airship. They easily descended the mountain. Half a day later, the exquisite airship appeared in the sky above Fong City. Chapter 613. At this moment, Fong City wasn't calm either. The people of Fong City were all talking about the battle between Xiaoyang and the Fong clan's ancestor, 13, on the streets, in tea houses, taverns, brothels, and other places. Fong City had been quiet for a long time, so this was the only thing worth discussing. Quite a number of people had gathered at Fong City's martial arts training square. There were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. The Fong clan's ancestor had been waiting for a long time on the stage. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his eyes were closed as if he were resting. He just stood there, quietly, becoming the center of attention. Next to him stood many other members of the Fong clan. Today is the day of the battle between the Fong clan's ancestor and Xiaoyang. The Fong clan's ancestor has been waiting here for a day. Could it be that Xiaoyang doesn't dare to show up? You can tell at a glance. The Fong clan's ancestor is a 7th rank martial ancestor realm expert. If I remember correctly, Xiaoyang was only a 5th rank martial ancestor realm expert when he left. It's only been a year, but Xiaoyang is already fighting with the Fong clan's ancestor. No wonder the Fong clan's making such a big fuss. It's as if they're afraid that people won't know. They've been spreading the word on the streets, reminding people to come watch. The Fong clan's ancestor even came early. Everyone was talking about it, each with their own opinions. When the Fong clan's ancestor heard their words, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The Fong clan's ancestor, 13, had agreed to the battle with Xiaoyang precisely because he'd been waiting for this day. First, he'd kill Xiaoyang and protect the Fong clan's honor. Second, he'd intimidate all the rascals in Fong City and warn them not to provoke the Fong clan. He was 100% confident that he could defeat Xiaoyang. This was also why the other Fong clan members were adding fuel to the fire. After all, the Fong clan's biggest backer was the poison sect's head elder. The head elder had made it clear that private matters were private and wouldn't involve himself in this matter. He'd also advised the Fong clan not to get too deeply involved, lest they get caught up in the mess. But these Fong clan members didn't take the poison sect's head elder's advice to heart. They continued to support the Fong clan's ancestor, 13, and caused a huge commotion as they appeared on the training grounds. The Fong family also didn't place Xiaoyang in their eyes. They were full of confidence in the Fong family's old ancestor, 13. Humph, it's fine if that Xiaoyang doesn't come. But once he does, I'll make sure he doesn't return. Hee hee, why would that little thief dare to come? He clearly knows that he's going to die, unless he's a fool. It would be a pity if he didn't come. We wanted to see him get beaten down and humiliated. The members of the Fong clan were discussing among themselves, their expressions full of disdain. On the flying ship, Lan Jiaya and the others were listening to their discussion. All of them were furious. These people were too much. They actually dared to look down on Xiaoyang. Wasn't that looking down on them? They couldn't bear to watch any longer. Cousin, I'll go down and teach them a lesson. Lan Jiaya felt indignant for Xiaoyang. She had always respected Xiaoyang. She knew how powerful Xiaoyang was and treated Xiaoyang as her idol and role model. Now that she heard that someone else was seriously injured, how could she be angry? Gu Qianqian, Qin Jifu, and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred. They couldn't wait to go down and beat them up. Xiaoyang stopped them. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, they'll be crying soon." These people were arrogant and didn't put Xiaoyang in their eyes because they had the cultivation of the Fong family's old ancestor, 13. Xiaoyang naturally didn't mind teaching them a lesson. Xiaoyang blinked and glanced at them. Then he used his movement technique and flew down from the flying ship. He landed steadily on the high platform. He, who was dressed in snow white, suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When the hundreds and thousands of spectators saw him, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Wow, isn't that Xiaoyang? What a handsome young man. He's so charming. His temperament is otherworldly. He's like an immortal. I didn't think that he would dare to come. It seems that this is a fierce battle. How could he come here if he didn't have some ability?" Everyone in the audience was discussing with each other. Their expressions were agitated, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They were shouting. Because there were so many people, the scene was noisy. Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianqian, and the others didn't come down. They continued to sit on the flying ship and watch the situation below. In the sky, their vision was wider. They secretly cheered for Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would win and teach the Fong family a lesson. They also praised Xiaoyang's entrance and gave him full marks. "Xiaoyang, you really dare to come. Are you not afraid of death?" A member of the Fong family was surprised when he saw Xiaoyang come down. Then he couldn't help but mock and ridicule Xiaoyang, as if he didn't put Xiaoyang in his eyes. "Xiaoyang, since you're here, don't think about running away. This time, even a golden immortal can't save you." Another member of the Fong family sneered and looked at Xiaoyang with disdain. The other members of the Fong family also mocked and ridiculed Xiaoyang. It was as if they were treating Xiaoyang like a clown as they mocked him to their heart's content. Xiaoyang curled his lips and didn't put them in his eyes. He sneered and said, "A few clowns dare to make a ruckus? If you have the ability, come up and fight. In this day and age, what's the point of being good at talking? What's the point of having a big fist? He could beat you to the ground, and he could also beat you until you changed your stance. Arrogant boy. Arrogant, impudent. Our ancestor will teach you a lesson. Ignorant child. I hope you can be arrogant until the end." Every member of the Fong family was provoked by Xiaoyang. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't defeat Xiaoyang, they would have rushed up and fought with Xiaoyang. Ancestor 13 of the Fong family slowly opened his eyes and calmly looked at Xiaoyang. Actually, the moment Xiaoyang appeared, he already knew. Deep down, he was shocked. He didn't think that Xiaoyang would come here to die. But this was good. He could settle the old and new grudges together. "Xiaoyang, a year ago, you killed many grandmasters of the Fong family. Today, I will make you pay with your blood." Ancestor 13 stared at Xiaoyang coldly. His body released a strong murderous intent, and his powerful qi locked onto Xiaoyang. When he thought of what happened a year ago, he was mad with anger. His face was full of grief and indignation. Almost 90% of the upper echelons of the family had fallen at the hands of Xiaoyang. Originally, he had wanted to kill Xiaoyang at that moment, but it was a pity that Xiaoyang had luckily escaped. Now that the two of them had met, their eyes were extremely red. Xiaoyang coldly snorted. It would have been better if he didn't mention it. Now that he mentioned it, he was angry. A year ago, he was almost killed by this bastard. Now that he had succeeded, he had to take revenge. He had to kill this old bastard to avenge himself. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others. Chapter 614. The reason Xiaoyang had killed so many martial grandmasters of the Fang clan was because the Fang clan had kidnapped Lan Jiao, Yi Gu Qianqian, and the others. If that wasn't the case, Xiaoyang wouldn't have been so angry. Old thief of the Fang clan, today's battle will settle our old scores. Are you prepared to die? Xiaoyang said with a face full of hatred. He had already thought it through. If he didn't kill Ancestor 13 today, he would not rest. As for the other members of the Fang clan, as long as they didn't act rashly, he wouldn't bother with them. If they wanted to die, Xiaoyang wouldn't mind helping them. Xiaoyang, you little brat, I haven't seen you for a year, and you've become more arrogant. Very well, I want to see what kind of skills you have to be so arrogant. I'll teach you how to behave. Ancestor 13 was affected by Xiaoyang's hostility and was instantly enraged. He roared at Xiaoyang angrily. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. There was no need for words. They started fighting. Bloodvine. Ancestor Fang narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. He flipped his hand and took out a plant-type treasure. With a roar, he poured his cultivation base into the treasure. Instantly, the blood-red bloodvine emitted a blood-colored light. After a buzz, it charged at Xiaoyang and attacked. The bloodvine seemed to have a mind of its own. It moved nimbly and attacked Xiaoyang. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Xiaoyang. Its attacks were flexible and powerful. Humph, what kind of cat or dog is this? How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Xiaoyang shouted. He did not care about the bloodvine in front of him at all. He used his martial skill, firmament palm, and condensed a huge 5-fingered palm print to suppress the bloodvine. The bloodvine was immediately suppressed by the expelling cloud palm with a loud bang. Its entire body emitted a buzzing sound as if it couldn't withstand the majestic power of the expelling cloud palm. It collapsed and turned into dust. Ah, my bloodvine! When 13 saw that his magical treasure was destroyed, he let out a pained howl. His expression was one of extreme reluctance and grief. Damn it! Xiaoyang, I'll make you pay with your life. He had paid a huge price to obtain this bloodvine. He had wanted to use it to probe Xiaoyang's background, but he had not expected that it would be directly killed by Xiaoyang. He was filled with hatred. 7 styles of adjudication. This time, the Fang clan ancestor didn't use any magical treasures. Instead, he relied on his powerful cultivation base and unleashed a powerful martial skill to kill Xiaoyang. As he executed the 7 styles of judgment, a sense of justice and judgment emanated from his body. It was as if he was the embodiment of justice at this moment, representing judgment and judgment. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the 7 styles of adjudication were extraordinarily powerful. Once one was hit by the attack, even if they didn't die, they would be injured. However, he was already a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster and was no longer a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. Hence, he already had a way to deal with his opponent's 7 strokes of judgment. Traceless Heart's Dream. This was a spiritual-type martial skill. As Xiaoyang closed his eyes, a majestic divine sense emanated from his body. Then, this divine sense condensed into a needle-like existence and directly pierced into the consciousness of the Fang clan ancestor 13. This was an unexpected attack. The tyrannical and sharp divine sense smoothly entered the consciousness of the Fang clan ancestor. Then it stirred up a storm and wantonly destroyed the consciousness of the Fang clan ancestor, causing trouble continuously. Ah, A blood-curdling scream came from the mouth of the Fong clan ancestor. It was obvious that the Fong clan ancestor had suffered a heavy blow and could not help but howl in pain. The Fong clan ancestor, 13's face instantly turned pale, and he was in a daze. "I'll take your life while you're sick." This was Xiao Yang's idea. Taking advantage of the dizziness and pain of the Fong clan ancestor, Xiao Yang immediately executed the fishing moon in the sea spell. As he formed a spell and released his cultivation base, an ancient well of about 10 feet in front of him suddenly condensed. This ancient well exuded an ancient aura. There was a full moon in the clear water of the well, and the figure of the Fong clan ancestor 13 was reflected in the moon. Xiao Yang did not say anything. He directly reached out his hand and fiercely grabbed at the bottom of the well. Suddenly, under his grab, the ancient well shattered, the full moon shattered, and the figure in the full moon shattered as well. Pooh! Wah! This martial skill was successfully used on the Fong clan ancestor 13. The Fong clan ancestor 13 could not help but spit out blood. His face was as white as paper without a trace of blood. He staggered back a few steps and almost fell on the high platform. His eyes were filled with fear, and his expression was full of wariness. He did not expect that in just a year, Xiao Yang had grown to such a terrifying extent. It was simply unimaginable. A year ago, Xiao Yang was just a prey that he could play to death at any time. Now, this prey seemed to have grown up and wanted to bite back. Damn it! The Fong clan ancestor 13 panted like a cow. His breathing was much heavier. Now that they had fought twice, not only did he not gain the upper hand, but he was also seriously injured. It was clear that Xiao Yang was not simple. He felt that Xiao Yang still had not used his full strength. He still had a trump card that he had not used. He was a little afraid. "Xiao Yang, you have broken through to the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. No wonder you have the courage to accept the challenge." Humph! The Fong clan ancestor finally confirmed Xiao Yang's true cultivation base. Previously, he was not as skilled as Xiao Yang. To a large extent, he had underestimated him, because no one would have thought that someone could break through 2 levels in just a year. They were both at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. If he had been careful and cautious from the start, even if he could not win, he would have at least been able to protect himself and escape. It was all his own fault. The Fong clan ancestor thought with some annoyance. When the members of the Fong clan saw that the Fong clan ancestor 13 was injured, their faces could not help but darken. This damned Xiao Yang had become so powerful. This was something they did not expect. "Xiao Yang, how can you ambush someone and injure him when he is careless? What kind of skill is that? Xiao Yang, you are despicable, shameless, and despicable. Kid, if you have the ability, don't use such despicable methods. Come at me openly." Several members of the Fong clan cursed Xiao Yang angrily. It was as if Xiao Yang was shameless for not announcing his cultivation base. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up. With his hands behind his back, he stood calmly on the high platform. When he heard the voices, he turned around slightly and swept his gaze across the members of the Fong clan. His gaze was like a sharp blade. No one dared to look at him directly. It scared the members of the Fong clan so much that they shivered and their hearts trembled. They immediately restrained themselves and were no longer as arrogant as before. Xiao Yang was like a god of death. He was tyrannical and overbearing. Even the Fong clan ancestor 13 was no match for him. Naturally, these members of the Fong clan would not rashly court death. Chapter 615. However, in order to show his courage and his support for 13, he stood there with a pale face. He forced himself to remain calm and did not back down. What an idiot. Come up to the stage if you dare. I will allow you to attack me together. What do you think? Xiao Yang coldly snickered and glanced at the Fong clansmen with disdain. He didn't think anything of them. They were just a bunch of little playthings that knew how to argue. What could they do? They had no power to hurt him. He could take care of them all with one move. The Fang clansmen were terrified. What a joke! Xiaoyang was at the peak of his power. Who would dare to go up and fight him? Their expressions were a little awkward and shameful. One had to know that there were many people here watching. Xiaoyang had suppressed them and made them lose all face. Xiaoyang, just you wait. The Fang clan ancestor will take care of you. Yeah, what's the use of talking too fast? Just you wait for death. The Fang clansmen, naturally, did not dare to go up to the stage. They could only hope that 13 would show off his prowess and destroy Xiaoyang. 13 was feeling very depressed. He felt like he had jumped into a hole. The difference in strength between Xiaoyang and before was far too great. He almost got himself into trouble. Now that these families knew about it and still dared to speak ill of him, he couldn't help but want to pull them out and give them a good beating. Sweeping his gaze over them fiercely, he coldly said, "All of you, shut up!" Yes, he was a little scared of Xiaoyang. If he provoked Xiaoyang again, he didn't know what would happen to him. 13's trump card was the 7 styles of adjudication. Now that this trump card was useless against Xiaoyang, of course he was terrified. Brother Xiaoyang, there's a saying that goes, no discord, no concord. How about we draw? Our grudges are settled. He looked at Xiaoyang and spoke slowly to Xiaoyang. Now that he couldn't defeat Xiaoyang, if he continued to fight, he wasn't confident that he could win. Thus, he might as well soften his attitude and compromise a little. At least this way he could protect himself. It was not easy for people to live until now, not to mention that they were in a high position and in control of a family. Of course, they knew how to cherish it. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, you old bastard. In a life and death challenge, there will naturally be life and death. It's either you live or I die. I already told you to be prepared. Xiaoyang immediately refused. When old ancestor 13 of the Fang family was strong and had the advantage, he had ruthlessly suppressed Xiaoyang and even wanted to kill Xiaoyang. Now that old ancestor 13 had lost his power, he wanted to compromise with Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would let him go. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Xiaoyang couldn't help but snort coldly. Both sides already had an irreconcilable grudge. It couldn't be resolved with just a few words. Otherwise, why would Xiaoyang cultivate so hard for the past year? Wasn't his goal all for this day? Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the rest glared at old ancestor 13, cursing him for being shameless in their hearts. They hoped that Xiaoyang could kill old ancestor 13 with lightning speed, but they didn't shout it out because they were worried that old ancestor 13 might have some tricks up his sleeve. Compared to killing old ancestor 13, they were more worried about Xiaoyang's safety. Killing an enemy was a pleasure, but if one's friend was injured, it would be worrying. They hoped that Xiaoyang would be fine. Seeing Xiaoyang's unyielding attitude, they breathed a sigh of relief. From this, they could see that Xiaoyang was confident in dealing with old ancestor 13. Hearing Xiaoyang's rejection, old ancestor Fang's face suddenly turned gloomy, revealing a murderous aura. He was the dignified old ancestor of Fang family, a big shot who controlled Fang City. It was already rare for him to lower his attitude, but now this Xiaoyang actually dared to reject him. He didn't give him any face at all. No matter what, a person with such a high status like him couldn't continue to lower his head, so he could only fight to the death. Xiaoyang, you will regret this. I hope you can have the last laugh, just like before. Humph! Old ancestor 13 also threw caution to the wind. He secretly thought that even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't let Xiaoyang have an easy time. Xiaoyang smiled contemptuously. He was almost invincible in the same realm, so why would he need to put old ancestor 13 in front of him in his eyes? He didn't care about old ancestor Fang's tricks and trump cards. He changed from defense to offense. Take my 1,000 poisonous hands. Xiaoyang roared and displayed this powerful martial skill. As his cultivation erupted, Thousands of palm prints were formed in an instant. Each palm print had the terrifying power of a 7th-level martial ancestor. Furthermore, these palm prints contained a deadly poison. Even if one could withstand it, they would definitely be poisoned. This poison was not simple. It was the poison that Xiaoyang had refined by cultivating the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical skill. The intensity of the poison was enough to be ranked among the top 10 in the world. Xiaoyang had long been familiar with this martial skill. He had used it many times in the past. As his cultivation increased, the power and toxicity of this martial skill increased as well. It was not something that could be ignored. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds were heard. Every palm print seemed to be controlled by someone. They were as fast as lightning as they slammed towards Old Ancestor 13. The power was shocking and earth-shattering. When the audience saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Some of them even retreated a little out of fear. The members of the Fong clan were pale, without a trace of blood. From Xiaoyang's martial skill, they could see how powerful Xiaoyang was. He wasn't someone they could fight against. Even Old Ancestor 13 would find it hard to bear. Fortunately, they hadn't jumped onto the stage to challenge Xiaoyang. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Because they were timid and afraid of trouble, they looked left and right and silently retreated, preparing to leave. They didn't want to be implicated in Old Ancestor 13's matter. Their deaths would be too unjust. Xiaoyang blinked. He naturally sensed them leaving, but he ignored them. When he met with the head elder, he had already agreed that he and Old Ancestor 13 had a personal grudge. He would settle it in private and wouldn't take his anger out on the Fong clan. If he went back on his word and attacked the Fong clan now, even the head elder of the poison sect wouldn't be able to stand it. Old bastard, this gentleman's target this time is you. As long as you die, everything will be over. Otherwise, we won't rest until one of us is dead. Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed as he glared at Patriarch 13 of the Fong clan. If it wasn't for the head elder of the poison sect, he would definitely take his anger out on the Fong clan. He might even exterminate them. Old Ancestor 13 breathed heavily as he glared at Xiaoyang, his hostility thick. Chapter 616. He shouted crazily, "Thief, I'm right here. Come and capture me if you can, but don't force me if you can't. I still have a chance to kill you." Huh. He let out a roar and revolved all of his cultivation base to form a defensive light shield. At the same time, he took out several defensive magical weapons to firmly defend himself and prevent himself from being injured by Xiaoyang's 1,000 poisonous hands. In addition, he also used a special technique. When it landed on Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang felt that it was familiar. After Ancestor 13 finished setting up, he immediately took out a handful of yellow golden beans from his left hand. There were hundreds of golden beans, and all of them were scattered on the ground by Ancestor 13. Then, the Fong family's Ancestor 13 made a series of hand seals and chanted an incantation. Xiaoyang couldn't help but curse. Isn't this just throwing beans to turn into soldiers? Sure enough, Ancestor 13 roared, "Xiaoyang, you're so arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson today. Throwing beans to turn into soldiers." This martial skill was comparable to a divine ability. It was very outstanding. As Ancestor 13 shouted, and as his cultivation was guided by the spell, the golden beans scattered on the ground suddenly emitted rays of light. These rays of light were very small at first, but then they grew to the size of an adult and condensed into human figures. There were both men and women, and all of them were shining with golden light and wearing yellow armor. At first glance, there were hundreds of them. They were arranged in a neat and orderly formation, and each of them released an iron-blooded aura. They were like thousands of soldiers and horses, and anyone who looked at them couldn't help but gasp. "Kill!" The uniform roar was heard. Then, the hundreds of bean soldiers launched a fierce attack on Xiaoyang, splitting into 3 groups. Boom! Boom! The two great martial skills engaged in an intense confrontation, neither giving way to the other. After a few breaths of time, the cultivation-based power of the thousands of poisoned hands faded away. As for Patriarch 13's bean soldiers, they were all dead. As for the defensive magical items surrounding him, they were all damaged. There are thousands of palm prints, while the enemy only had a few hundred bean soldiers. Therefore, most of the palm prints hit 13's magic treasure and almost destroyed all of it. Damn it. Fang Clan's old ancestor, 13, couldn't help but curse when he saw the damaged magic treasure that could be retrieved. Just this one confrontation had caused him to lose more than half of his magic treasures. He was truly furious at the bottom of his heart and hated Xiaoyang even more. Damn thief! I'll make you wish you were dead. After he roared, he took out a treasure from his body again. It was a long spear. Although the spear looked ordinary, it actually contained some kind of rule power. The moment Xiaoyang sensed it, his heart trembled. He guessed that this long spear was definitely not simple. If he let Patriarch 13 use it, he would definitely suffer. Xiaoyang frowned and snorted. He attacked again, trying to prevent Patriarch 13 from using his magic treasure. I thought you had some skills. You've been beaten by me time and time again. Now I'll show you what's good for you. Xiaoyang sneered, taking advantage of the moment when Patriarch 13 took out his magic treasure. He took out 2 thunderbolt pearls and threw them at Patriarch 13. Then he injected his cultivation base into the thunderbolt pearls and caused them to explode. Boom! Boom! 2 loud noises were heard as the thunderbolt pearls exploded, releasing shocking shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The impact forced Patriarch 13 to step back. His face turned ugly. After retreating for more than 30 meters, he finally stabilized himself. His expression was gloomy as he stared at the location of the explosion in shock and fear. What was that thing? How could it have such terrifying power? It was too scary. He didn't dare to imagine. If he didn't run away in time, he would have been blasted into smithereens. Also, because he retreated so quickly, he didn't have time to retrieve his spear. It fell to the side. Patriarch 13 suppressed the anger in his heart and endured the humiliation. He snorted coldly and looked at the spear. This spear had been with him for many years. It was his trump card. It was hundreds of times more valuable than the blood vines. If it wasn't for the fact that his life was in danger, he wouldn't have taken it out. But now that he took it out and didn't have time to attack Xiaoyang, it fell to the ground. He was a little angry. He waved his hand, wanting to retrieve the spear. But someone was faster than him. It was Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had long noticed that the spear was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he have taken out 2 precious thunderbolt pearls? When the opponent's spear fell to the ground, he couldn't wait to make a move. With a wave of his hand, he released his cultivation. His cultivation wrapped around the spear, and the spear flew uncontrollably into Xiaoyang's hand. Xiaoyang looked at the spear in his hand. He clicked his tongue and praised, as expected of a good treasure. It's a pity that it's on the verge of destruction. It can only display its power once. Xiaoyang released his divine sense and directly erased the mark left by the Fang clan's old ancestor 13 on the spear. Then he branded his own mark and began to control the spear. After waving it around, he felt that it was very smooth. Despicable, shameless, vulgar. Xiaoyang, give me back my spear. The Fang family's old ancestor 13 was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. That long spear was clearly his, but now it had fallen into Xiaoyang's hands. Furthermore, Xiaoyang had erased his divine sense imprint. His strongest killing move was this spear. Even if he could only use it one last time, it was more than enough to deal with Xiaoyang. Now, seeing that Xiaoyang wanted to use this spear to deal with him, Patriarch Fang panicked. He had used this spear before, so he knew the power of this spear. Even a level 8 martial ancestor realm would find it difficult to block it, let alone a mere level 7 martial ancestor realm. You want this spear? Okay, I'll return it to you now. You have to catch it well. Xiao Yang smiled coldly and poured his cultivation into the spear. The spear buzzed and suddenly expanded. Under Xiao Yang's control, it suddenly flew into the air and released a shocking aura. A majestic force suddenly exploded. Go! Xiao Yang roared and pointed at 13, the Fang clan's patriarch. Suddenly, the spear seemed to have found its target and released a strange power of law. With a swoosh, it pierced through the void and penetrated out. Ah no, the spear had just disappeared. In the next moment, the spear had already pierced through Patriarch 13's chest. Chapter 617. It pierced through his chest and came out from his back. The long spear was dyed red with blood and looked extremely strange. The Fang family's ancestor 13, who had suffered a heavy blow, screamed miserably. Under the attack of the long spear, he didn't even have the strength to resist and was heavily injured. For many years, he had always used the long spear to kill people. He didn't expect that one day he would die because of the long spear. It was extremely ironic. When the long spear was in Xiao Yang's hands, it was already on the verge of breaking. Now, after being used by Xiao Yang, it was completely scrapped. With a loud bang, the long spear exploded and turned into powder. Because the long spear exploded, the Fang family's ancestor 13's internal organs were shaken again. He cried out and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Half of his body collapsed. In the end, he died, tragically, on the high platform. Many people let out shocking cries and an uproar. Some were cursing the Fang clan's old ancestor 13 for dying a wonderful death, while others were praising Xiao Yang for doing a good job. They left the training grounds with a satisfied heart and could use this matter as a topic of conversation for others to hear. As for the people of the Fang family, they had already left. Seeing that the Fang family's ancestor 13 was defeated, they didn't want to be implicated and die here. Xiao Yang blinked and looked at the tragic death of the Fang family's ancestor 13. He sighed in his heart. This life and death hatred was finally avenged. Then he raised his hand and released a mid-level heavenly flame. The heavenly flame coiled around the Fang family's ancestor 13 and released a high temperature, burning him. In a short time, the Fang family's ancestor 13 was burned clean. Xiao Yang called back the mid-level heavenly flame and used his movement technique. He instantly flew up to the airship in midair. Cousin, you're so powerful. Congratulations, you finally killed your enemy with your own hands. Brother Xiao Yang is awesome. I think Brother Xiao Yang only used 70 to 80% of his battle strength. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others congratulated Xiao Yang. This ancestor 13 of the Fang clan was not only Xiao Yang's enemy, but also their enemy. Now that this damned guy was dead, their grudges were settled. Now it was time to see what the Fang clan would do. If they insisted on causing trouble, they'd have no choice but to fight to the end and wash them in blood. Even the head elder of the poison sect wouldn't be able to do anything to them. If the Fang family didn't cause trouble, they would let it go. Therefore, Xiao Yang was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to wait here. As for the hundreds and thousands of spectators, they had watched enough and left one after another. There were also many curious people who stayed behind to see if the Fang family would take revenge. It should be known that the Fang clan had been operating in Fang City for hundreds of years, so it was inevitable that they had their own resources and experts. For example, the 9th and 10th patriarchs of the Fang clan were no weaker than the 13th patriarch of the Fang clan. Cousin, are you leaving? Lan Jiaoye waited for a while, and when she saw that almost everyone had left, she blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Xiao Yang as she asked. As the disciple of the poison sect's head elder, she didn't want to see Xiao Yang fall out with the Fang clan. Gu Qianshan naturally had the same thoughts. She smiled gently and said, Big brother Xiao Yang, we've waited for so long. If the Fang clan's transvestites wanted to cause trouble, they would have come long ago. I think we should return to the poison sect. The sooner they left, the easier it would be. If the Fang clan really did come looking for them, they'd only end up embarrassing the poison sect's head elder. Fang Zihan, Bu Tianling, Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, Gu Qingshan, and the others all spoke up as well. Brother Xiaoyang, this matter is over. Let's go back. The Fang clan must have listened to the head elder's instructions and won't act rashly. Xiaoyang nodded. He scanned the surroundings and released his spirit sense to cover an area of 20,000 feet. He sighed in relief when he saw that no one from the Fang clan had come to seek revenge. If he really did destroy the Fang clan, it would only embarrass the poison sect's head elder. The poison sect was in a difficult situation right now. They had to face the various regions and the various factions of the celestial sect realm. It wasn't good to have internal strife, lest others take advantage of them. Let's go, Xiaoyang said softly. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the flying ship, beginning to recuperate. Although he hadn't suffered any injuries from the battle just now, it was still beneficial to summarize everything. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were overjoyed. Afraid that Xiaoyang would go back on his word, they quickly formed hand seals and drove the flying ship back to the poison sect. This was the best ending they'd ever seen. At the very least, Xiaoyang hadn't fallen out with the head elder or the Fang clan. The Fang clan members who'd left the training grounds in a sorry state hurried back to the Fang clan. Their faces were panicked and their hearts were filled with dread. They already knew the ending, and they also knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. This time, they hurriedly rushed back to report the news. They'd been arrogant and self-righteous. They'd thought that with the Fang clan's 13th ancestor personally taking action, there was nothing they couldn't accomplish. Who would have thought that Xiaoyang would appear out of nowhere? Even the Fang clan's 13th ancestor had fallen. As they lamented, they wept bitterly, their faces covered in tears. After returning to the Fang clan, they hurriedly sought out the Fang clan's people involved, the Fang clan's 9th and 10th ancestors. The two Fang clan ancestors were already waiting in the central hall, leisurely sipping tea. They naturally knew about the Fang clan's 13th ancestor and Xiaoyang's death match and tacitly agreed to it. Additionally, they'd received orders from the poison sect's head elder not to interfere. The meaning was clear. Whether Xiaoyang or the Fang clan's 13th ancestor died, it was their own private matter. Old Ninth, do you think 13th ancestor can win? The Fang clan's 10th ancestor put down his teacup and calmly asked. Although he had confidence in the Fang clan's 13th ancestor, he still felt that something was amiss. If Xiaoyang was really that simple, how could he be worth the poison sect's head elder's personal instructions? The Fang clan's 9th ancestor sighed and frowned. 10th brother, don't think too much. The result will come soon. Just as the two of them were talking, they saw a few people stumbling in from the doorway. They were the Fang clan members who'd accompanied the Fang clan's 13th ancestor to the training grounds. Why are you all in such a panic? What kind of behavior is this? The 9th Fang clan patriarch frowned. Without being angry, he radiated a powerful aura as he berated the members of the Fang clan. At the same time, he seemed to sense that something wasn't right. If the Fang clan had won, how could the Fang clan members be in such a sorry state? There was only one explanation. The Fang clan had lost. His heart thumped and his face turned ugly. Yes, ancestor, sob sob. Chapter 618. The Fang clansmen grunted in response. Then all of them fell to their knees, wailing to the heavens and wailing to the earth. This desolate and sorrowful mood made the two Fang family patriarchs realize that something was amiss. What are you crying for? Stop it. Men bleed, not tears. There are no cowards in the Fang clan. The sky hasn't fallen yet, so what are you crying for? The Fang clan's 9th forefather was vexed by the sight of them, so he roared at them, because he knew that 13th was no longer around. At that thought, he couldn't help but feel anger and hatred. That damn Xiaoyang. If it weren't for the poison sect's head elder's orders, they would have charged out and killed Xiaoyang. Their Fang clan had never suffered such humiliation in 100 years. Wu, 9th forefather, 10th forefather. That bastard Xiaoyang killed the 13th forefather. You have to avenge him. Wu. The Fang clansmen wailed in agony, their expressions sorrowful. The 13th forefather died too pitifully. He died to his own spear and was burned to ashes by heavenly fire. We can't even erect a monument to him now. That bastard Xiaoyang went too far. He was so vicious and didn't give us any face. Forefather, you have to get justice for the 13th forefather. You can't let his death be in vain. The members of the Fang clan wept endlessly. Snot and tears flowed out of their noses. As their cries rang out, the other members of the Fang clan who heard the news rushed over one after another. Then they all knelt in the hall and begged the two patriarchs to take action and teach Xiaoyang a lesson. However, the Fang clan's two remaining forefathers remained silent and didn't say a word. Their faces were dark and ugly, and their eyes were filled with rage and hatred. If it wasn't for the poison sect's head elder's special instructions, they would have taken action long ago. How could they have waited for so many Fang clan members to come begging for help? All right, stop crying here. What are you talking about? Disperse, this matter is over. None of you are allowed to find trouble with Xiaoyang for any reason. This is the unanimous order of our two ancestors. If we find out that you have gone to find trouble with Xiaoyang, the light punishment will be to expel you from the clan, and the heavy punishment will be to kill you directly. Don't blame us for being merciless, said the 9th Fang clan patriarch in a dignified voice. His voice was so loud that all members of the Fang clan could hear him. He trusted the poison sect's head elder's decision. The 10th Fang clan patriarch slowly stood up as well. He swept his gaze across the Fang clan members and coldly said, "Did you all hear that? As long as you are a member of the Fang clan, you must strictly follow the instructions of the 9th ancestor. You are not allowed to make trouble for Xiaoyang. This matter is over." Sigh. After making the announcement, he sighed helplessly and sullenly. He returned to his practice room and began to cultivate in seclusion. The Fang clan was the hegemon of Fang City, a powerful existence that controlled the entire city. Now that they had suffered such humiliation, even a patriarch like him found it hard to accept. However, the head elder of the poison sect was the true #1 figure in the Fang clan. Thus, he had no choice but to obey, unless he wanted to become enemies with the head elder. Wah! Our Fang clan members are so sullen and useless. 13th ancestor, I'm sorry. Some of the Fang clan members with ulterior motives couldn't help but wail in grief. They felt that the 13th ancestor wasn't worth it. They wailed bitterly, each cry more miserable than the last, each one more unpleasant to the ear. They spoke the hearts of the Fang clan members. Ever since they had taken control of the city, they had never suffered such humiliation and setbacks. But the two patriarchs ignored them, so they could only cry and vent their feelings. The Fang clan members were dismissed one after another, allowing them to return to their respective places. Time would allow them to recover from the wounds in their hearts. Once the Fang clan members had left, the Fang clan's 9th and 10th patriarchs appeared in a secret underground chamber. Someone had been sitting there for a long time. If anyone from the poison sect had been here, they would have recognized him at first glance. This was the head elder of the poison sect, Old Ancestor. After entering the secret chamber, the 9th and 10th patriarchs immediately bowed to the head elder, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. In terms of seniority, the head elder of the poison sect was the most ancient existence in the Fang clan. He was ranked 3rd, the 3rd patriarch of the Fang clan. He was practically the patriarch of the two patriarchs. You've done well. The poison sect's head elder spoke indifferently, giving them a gratified look. Then he slowly rose to his feet and prepared to leave. Just thinking about this made the Fong clan's ninth patriarch feel sullen. He said aggrievedly, "Old ancestor, is that Xiaoyang really that powerful? Even we can only suffer in silence." He really couldn't accept it, even though he was very domineering in front of the clan members and told them not to provoke Xiaoyang. In secret, he also wanted to take revenge on Xiaoyang to protect the face of the Fong clan. But the poison sect's head elder was suppressing this matter, so he could only swallow his grievances. The Fong clan's 10th patriarch was also unwilling to accept this. He looked at the poison sect's head elder with grief and indignation. This was no longer a small matter of some clan member being injured, but the fall of an esteemed old ancestor. That was a peak battle strength. To the Fong clan, the sacrifice was too great. The price they had to pay was too great. It was almost unbearable. The poison sect's head elder sighed. Naturally, he knew what the two clan members were thinking. Frowning, he explained softly, "Xiaoyang is destined to rise in the poison sect. His world is very big, not something the poison sect realm or the celestial sect realm can trap. He's definitely not someone the 4 domains can satisfy. His world is outside. Just wait and see. Trust me, my eyes are never wrong." For a peerless genius like Xiaoyang, you could either kill him directly or treat him as a friend. Otherwise, you couldn't do either. As far as the Fong clan was concerned, they couldn't kill him. After all, the poison sect didn't belong to the head elder alone. There was still the sect master above him. If they killed Xiaoyang, the poison sect master would definitely be enraged. At that time, he'd join forces with the other clans to destroy the Fong clan. That was very likely. So, for the sake of the Fong clan, they could only endure. Fortunately, the poison sect's head elder's relationship with Xiaoyang wasn't too bad. Adding on the fact that he'd taken in Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian as disciples, it could be considered a step closer to Xiaoyang. As long as Xiaoyang amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, their Fong clan would naturally rise as well. Yes, we believe in the ancestor. The Fong clan's 9th and 10th patriarchs lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Without the poison sect's head elder, they wouldn't have their current lifespans and status. The only reason they hadn't fallen like the other ancestors was because of the poison sect's head elder. Thus, they were 100% obedient to the poison sect's head elder's arrangements and decisions. Chapter 619. I'll return to the sect first. Use this time to nurture the clan's disciples. The poison sect's head elder left his instructions and walked out of the secret underground chamber. He then unleashed his 9th level martial ancestor realm cultivation and disappeared from the spot. He knew that Xiaoyang had killed more than 10 martial ancestor realm experts from the Fong clan a year ago. At the same time, he also knew that the Fong clan's ancestor 13 had almost killed Xiaoyang. Because of this, it was best for the two of them to settle this matter privately. In Fong City, the Ma and Zhu clans were extremely excited when they learned that Xiaoyang had killed the Fong clan's ancestor 13. This was especially true for Maruya and Zhu Wenhe. These two hedonistic young masters gathered together again and began to drink and make merry. However, their attitude towards Xiaoyang was the same. Senior Xiaoyang is truly satisfying. He killed a magnate from the Fong clan. Come, Brother Zhu, let's drink. Maruya smiled faintly and raised the wine cup in his hand as he spoke to Zhu Wenhe. Right now, the Fong clan was the dominant clan in Fong City. Now that the Fong clan was in decline, the other two clans had a chance to rise up. Zhu Wenhe laughed as well. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. He said joyfully, "Brother Ma, you're right. It's all thanks to Senior Xiaoyang." Although they had a grudge with Xiaoyang in the past, it was also because of this grudge that they got to know each other. They could be considered to have met once. Their respect for Xiaoyang was like a torrential river. They no longer considered Xiaoyang to be their peer. The Zhu and Ma clans also intended to push Zhu Wenhe and Maruya out as representatives to intimidate the Fong clan. Everyone in the Fong clan knew that Maruya and Zhu Wenhao were friends with Xiaoyang. They believed that the Fang clan wouldn't make things too difficult for the Zhu and Ma clans out of respect for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and the others returned to the poison sect. They saw many of the poison sect's upper echelons waiting at the gates as if they were waiting for someone. Xiaoyang's group was flabbergasted and shocked. At the same time, they were a little nervous. They couldn't be waiting for them, could they? He had only gone down to kill one person, so there was no need to make such a big fuss. None of them dared to fly into the poison sect, so they could only disembark. Then, the group of people walked forward and greeted the many senior members of the sect. Greetings, sect master, elders, and pavilion master. Xiaoyang and the others cupped their fists and bowed slightly. Their voices were loud and clear. Because they couldn't figure out the attitude of the sect for the time being, they were somewhat fearful. If he was investigated and punished for this, it would be a little uncomfortable. You still know to come back? Going down the mountain without permission and killing people at will. Before the pavilion heads and elders could condemn them, the poison sect head had already started cursing. Her face was filled with fury as she glared at Xiaoyang's group. She was very angry. Almost all of them knew that Xiaoyang's group had gone down the mountain to kill people. But that wasn't what they were angry about. They were angry that this batch of outstanding disciples had gone down the mountain without permission at such an important juncture. They couldn't even find the people they wanted to find. Today was an extraordinary day. The celestial sect realm had sent their outstanding disciples over, saying that it was to improve the friendship between the two sections. They'd specially come over to exchange pointers. On the surface, it sounded nice. It was just an exchange of pointers. But anyone with a bit of eyesight could tell that this exchange wasn't as simple as it seemed. For example, if the poison sect was completely crushed, what face would they have left? As a matter of fact, they immediately thought of Xiaoyang and his group. According to the list they'd received, the disciples sent by the celestial sect were all new to the sect. Thus, for the sake of fairness, the poison sect naturally couldn't let the older disciples bully them. Thus, Xiaoyang's group was the most suitable candidate. More than 10 of them had been waiting here for a long time because the celestial sect had said that their representatives were about to arrive. But they hadn't expected the celestial sect's representatives to not show up after so long. Instead, Xiaoyang's group, who they'd searched everywhere to no avail, had appeared here. They were a little angry that the celestial sect was putting on airs and being arrogant. Thus, the poison sect master vented his anger on Xiaoyang's group. Xiaoyang's group didn't know that they were waiting for the celestial sect's representatives. After being reprimanded, they couldn't help but feel wronged and put on pitiful expressions. Especially Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianchan. These two girls looked so pitiful that even the great elder felt sorry for them. These two were his treasured disciples, and normally he couldn't even bear to scold them. Enough! All of you stand to the side. The celestial sect's representatives will be here in a bit. You'd better behave yourselves, or else you'll see. The poison sect master was a little speechless when he saw their expressions. After scolding them a few more times, he had them stand to the side. When the time came for the exchange, he'd have to rely on Xiaoyang's group. He couldn't go too far right now. Xiaoyang's group breathed a sigh of relief. They knew this matter was over. They'd thought they'd be punished, but they secretly exchanged glances, all of them jumping for joy. I just don't know who the celestial sect's representatives will be. So, what's the purpose of this exchange? It definitely isn't just a superficial friendship. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. As a person with memories from his past life, he knew too many things and had seen too many things. After waiting for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the celestial sect's representatives finally arrived. Their leader was a white-haired old woman who looked somewhat familiar. Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed when he thought about it. He recognized her as the Wuhua clan's ancestor. Xiaoyang had fought with the old woman's clone before. In the end, he'd even called on Scarlet Flame to kill the old woman's clone. He didn't expect the old woman to be so bold as to openly step into the poison sect. The person next to the old woman was Wu Hua. Hiss! When Xiaoyang saw Wu Hua, he couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect the celestial sect's representatives to include someone like Wu Hua. The grudge between him and Wu Hua wasn't small. He'd almost been humiliated by Wu Hua in the past, and he'd slapped Wu Hua's face several times. There was even a deep grudge between them. It had to be said that the Wu Hua clan's people were truly bold, daring to send themselves to their deaths. Behind the old woman and Wu Hua were about 20 people from the celestial sect realm. Almost all of them were disciples of the celestial sect, except for a few who hadn't joined yet. Poison Sect Master, Pavilion Master FO, Xiaoyang, you didn't expect me to come back, did you? Ha! The old woman's group approached the Poison Sect's gates and stopped 10 steps away from the Poison Sect Master's group. Chapter 620. When Wu Hua saw his enemies waiting for him here, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally, especially when he looked at Xiaoyang. His eyes were filled with resentment. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang repeatedly ruining his plans, he wouldn't have fallen into such dire straits. However, everything was fine. After escaping by a fluke last time, he had returned to his family. With the help of his family and the Sky Sect, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he had stepped into the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm in one fell swoop. Therefore, he had the guts to return and even found an honorable reason to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. The 3 elders, the 10 pavilion masters, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others were all astonished. They didn't expect the old woman and Wu Hua to come personally. The old woman was one of the 3 great Wu Zun of the Sky Sect. Now, she represented the Sky Sect to come here for an exchange. Of course, they couldn't easily offend her. Otherwise, the 2 great sects would go to war. No one could bear such a crime. Since Wu Hua was one of the representatives, they naturally couldn't casually teach him a lesson. They didn't want the Sky Sect to have something on them. It seemed that they had come prepared this time. Xiaoyang frowned. He couldn't help but feel a little heavy. They couldn't be here for revenge, right? He felt a little uncertain. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian glared angrily at Wu Hua and the others. They remembered that Wu Hua had wanted to bring them along when they were at the vegetarian restaurant. Humph! A toad lusting after a swan's meat. Who do you think you are? So, it's the 3rd Supremacy leading the team. This sect master welcomes you on behalf of the Poison Sect. The Poison Sect master's gaze was calm as he smiled and spoke to the old woman and the others. When he noticed Wu Hua, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Wu Hua's cultivation had advanced to the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, which was no less than Xiaoyang's. This shocked him. However, he quickly understood that Wu Hua's cultivation had advanced so quickly because of the accumulation of precious medicinal herbs and pills. As for his combat strength, that was yet to be determined. Many thanks to the Poison Sect for your hospitality. I'm sure you know why the Sky Sect's representatives are here. It's to improve the exchange. Relying on her identity as the representative of the Sky Sect, the old woman spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. As far as she knew, the Poison Sect only had 1 Wu Zun, and she was also a Wu Zun. That meant she was on equal footing with the Poison Sect Master, not to mention that her Sky Sect had 2 Wu Zuns. The Poison Sect was practically a subsidiary sect, so they had to act according to the Sky Sect's mood. Otherwise, the Sky Sect could have easily wiped out the Poison Sect with 3 Wu Zun. Therefore, the members of the Sky Sect's delegation were somewhat arrogant. The old woman's gaze lingered on Xiaoyang many times. She had also fought with Xiaoyang before. The great Wu Zun had actually suffered a small loss, so she remembered Xiaoyang. She'd come this time to investigate the expert of the Poison Sect realm. She remembered that when she'd left with Wu Hua, a Wu Zun had appeared and destroyed her clone. If Wu Hua hadn't left in time, Wu Hua would have been killed as well. That was why she'd volunteered to come to the poison sect. She had to vent her anger. Friends from the Sky Sect, please. I'll take you to see the poison sect sites first. Artifact forging, pill refining, medicinal herbs, cultivation methods, formations, and pets are all up to you. In addition, we've prepared food for you as well. How about it? As the host, he at least had this bit of grace and magnanimity. The poison sect master smiled. As the saying went, all visitors were guests. The young members of the delegation were naturally curious about what the poison sect was like, so they didn't refuse. Under the guidance of the poison sect's upper echelons, they went to see what they were interested in. The various pavilion masters and 3 elders were all present. Each of them specialized in a particular area, so the young members of the delegation only needed to follow one of the pavilion masters to see what they wanted to see. As for the old woman, the 3rd supremacy, she wasn't interested in seeing anything. In her eyes, what was so great about the poison sect? Even a pavilion master was only a 7th rank martial ancestor. Even if they specialized in a particular area, they wouldn't surpass the Sky Sect's pavilion masters at most. She looked down on the poison sect from the bottom of her heart. Because she wasn't following them to see the sights, the poison sect master accompanied her to drink tea. When the young members of the Sky Sect delegation returned, they all headed to the vegetarian restaurant for a meal. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, logically speaking, since he had seen and eaten, it was time for him to leave. Why not stay for a few more days? After all, there was no other reason for him to stay. The poison sect members didn't speak, waiting to see what the old woman's attitude was. To tell the truth, the poison sect didn't really welcome them. However, they represented the Sky Sect, so it wasn't appropriate for them to chase them away. They could only accompany them. Wu Hua sat next to the old woman and kept shooting her meaningful glances. He couldn't sit still any longer and wanted nothing more than to find an excuse to fight the poison sect, especially Xiaoyang. He hated Xiaoyang to the bone. Now that he'd succeeded in his studies, it was like returning home in glory. If he didn't show the poison sect how strong he was, then what was the point of cultivating so hard? Wasn't it all for the sake of venting his anger? The old woman naturally knew what Wu Hua was thinking. She'd come here to embarrass the poison sect as well. Friends from the poison sect, this supremacy has long heard that the poison sect is full of talented people. It's a good opportunity for them to come out and instruct the foolish disciples of our Sky Sect. I think today's a good time. Why don't we find a place to watch them exchange pointers? What do you think? The old woman smiled at the poison sect master, the 3 elders, and the 10 pavilion masters. She'd personally come to ask for a duel with the sole purpose of humiliating the poison sect. She didn't think the poison sect would be so cowardly as to back out. The 10 pavilion lords smiled awkwardly before turning their attention to the 3 elders. The 3 elders then turned to look at the poison sect's sect master. How could the poison sect master not know what the old woman was thinking? Although she'd brought new disciples with her, they all had extraordinary cultivation bases and weren't simple at all. He couldn't help but hesitate. If his disciples were defeated, it'd be very embarrassing. If he won against the old woman's people, the Sky Sect would become suspicious and make things difficult for him. It was at this moment that Wu Hua spoke up. Wu Hua directly bombarded Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, do you dare fight me? I hear you're the poison sect's proud son of heaven, the #1 disciple of the younger generation. Even this gentleman was beaten by you a while ago. I'd like to see just how much you've improved. He'd long lost his patience. Sparring was supposed to be a matter for the elders, but Wu Hua was so eager to prove himself that he couldn't care less about etiquette. As soon as he spoke, some of the poison sect members immediately lost their cool. The other party was a guest from afar, but they were already so arrogant. If they didn't fight back, they'd think the poison sect was a bunch of sick cats. Chapter 6:21. Senior brother Xiaoyang, accept his challenge and teach him a lesson. Our poison sect isn't easy to bully. Many poison sect disciples tried to persuade Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would teach Wu Hua a lesson. They couldn't see the changes in Wu Hua at all. They thought he was still as weak as he was before he left the poison sect. They thought he was just asking to be humiliated. Only Xiaoyang, Butianling, and a few others understood that Wu Hua was no longer the same as before. He was a 7th-level martial ancestor, realm martial ancestor. Although he'd gotten there through the accumulation of resources, his cultivation was real. The poison sect master was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He naturally couldn't refuse and could only agree. Since you all like exchanging pointers so much, I'll naturally fulfill your wish. The location was a certain challenge stage in the poison sect. Wu Hua circulated his cultivation base and used his movement technique. He flew high into the air and landed on the stage. His elegant and graceful movement technique was breathtaking. Compared to before, his improvement wasn't just a little bit. It could be described as 1,000 miles in a day. Xiaoyang, do you dare come up and fight? Wu Hua roared at Xiaoyang below the stage. He needed to prove himself and wanted to defeat Xiaoyang. Only by defeating Xiaoyang would he be able to free his heart and wash away his humiliation. The old woman and her group sat on the flying ship and calmly watched the situation below. They crossed their arms and looked at everything with disdain. Third supremacy, who is that Xiaoyang? He's actually made senior brother Wu Hua so hostile. A sky sect disciple asked the old woman. Anyone could tell that Wu Hua hated Xiaoyang and wanted nothing more than to kill Xiaoyang. It was rumored that Wu Hua had once cultivated in the poison sect. No one knew what had happened between them. The old woman didn't want to pay attention, but after thinking it over, she explained, the two of them have a life and death feud. They won't rest until one of them is dead. Hiss! Many members of the Sky sect delegation gasped. Xiaoyang had a death feud with senior brother Wu Hua. Xiaoyang was definitely dead. Perhaps others didn't know, but they knew better than anyone else. No, Hua's cultivation was frightening. He was the one with the highest cultivation in their group. Thus, they couldn't help but gloat a little. They all wanted to see the scene of Xiaoyang being trampled on. Cousin, that thief Wu Hua is really hateful. Why don't we go up and teach him a lesson? Lan Jiaoye persuaded Xiaoyang. She was full of disgust for Wu Hua. Previously, because of the old woman, Wu Hua had escaped. They all felt that it was a pity. This time, there was a better opportunity to deal with Wu Hua. Naturally, they would not miss it. Gu Qianqian pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She felt that Wu Hua was different and seemed to have become stronger. She was worried about Xiaoyang. She was conflicted and didn't know if she should persuade Xiaoyang to go up. Senior brother Xiaoyang, go up and teach Wu Hua a lesson. Don't let him be so arrogant. That's right. That thief Wu Hua was lucky enough to escape last time. Why doesn't he tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself? He's courting death by coming here to provoke us. Many of the poison sect's disciples recognized Xiaoyang. They all felt indignant for Xiaoyang and hoped that Xiaoyang would go up to avenge the poison sect. Bu Tianlang, Chen Jifu, Fang Zihan, and the others all knew that this was an irreversible situation. Once Xiaoyang gave up, his reputation and status would take a huge hit. Thus, they could only summon up their courage and urge, Brother Xiaoyang, go up. Be careful. In truth, Xiaoyang was the least worried. He was an unrivaled existence in the same realm. Even the Fang clan's 13 lost to him. Who did this Wu Hua think he was? How could he be his match? The only reason he hadn't said anything was because he didn't want to bicker with the other. But now that the other party had provoked him to his face, there was no need to continue hiding. Let's show him who's boss. Wu Hua, I spared your life last time, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Now you dare to jump around here? You're simply asking to be humiliated. Xiaoyang snorted and used his movement technique to fly up to the stage. He stared at Wu Hua expressionlessly. He crossed his arms over his chest and stood proudly. Wu Hua sighed in relief when he saw that Xiaoyang had finally gone up. He was really afraid that Xiaoyang would shrink back and not dare to go up. As long as Xiaoyang went up, he had 10,000 ways to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. He wanted to return the humiliation that Xiaoyang had given him 100-fold. Xiaoyang, at least you have some guts. But now, you'll become the poison sect's laughingstock. I'll also prove to everyone that the poison sect's decision to chase me out was a foolish one. Wu Hua yelled. If he'd wanted to leave, he naturally wouldn't hate the poison sect so much. But he'd been forced to leave and had almost been killed for being a traitor. So he couldn't accept it, especially when facing Pavilion Lord Fo and Poison Sect Master. He wanted to explode with all his strength and prove to them that he was the most worthy one to be nurtured. Then he'd make them regret it. Take this! Wu Hua roared and used a martial skill to attack Xiaoyang. This was the first martial skill he'd cultivated, the Luo Tian Divine Palm. He quickly closed in on Xiaoyang, and as he got closer, he unleashed palm strikes one after another. Each palm strike contained an astonishing amount of power, and they all slammed toward Xiaoyang. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyang was covered by many palm strikes. Xiaoyang smiled coldly. He did not care about his opponent's attack at all. The Luo Tian Divine Palm that his opponent had used was a medium profound level martial skill. Among the martial skills that Xiaoyang had mastered, they were much more powerful than his opponent's. One of his firmament palms was enough to match Wu Hua's, or even surpass his opponent's. Since Wu Hua wanted to compete in palm techniques, Xiaoyang naturally agreed. With a cold snort, he used the firmament palm. There was only one strike of his firmament palm. It couldn't compare to Wu Hua's hundreds and thousands of palm strikes, but it was enough to break through 10,000 techniques. Boom! The two instantly clashed. Their palms collided, causing the air to tremble. Around them, all of the palm prints formed by spiritual energy were instantly shattered the moment they collided with each other. Powerful shock waves swept out in all directions, sweeping across all directions. The great recoil acted on the two of them. Wu Hua was the first to be unable to bear it. He was the first to retreat more than 30 meters. Then his face turned pale and he spat out blood. Xiaoyang's firmament palm was so powerful that it exceeded Wu Hua's imagination. What Wu Hua didn't expect was that Xiaoyang had also advanced to the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. This was simply unbelievable. Wu Hua had been able to advance so quickly because he'd received many resources and the old woman's personal enlightenment. But what did Xiaoyang have? The poison sect's cultivation resources couldn't compare to the sky sect's. Chapter 6:22. Humph! Wu Hua snorted inwardly. While he was jealous, he was also unwilling. Wu Hua, I thought you'd made some progress. Looks like you're just SOO. You're just as weak as before. Xiaoyang stood motionless on the spot. He sneered and looked disdainfully at Wu Hua. He still had many tricks up his sleeve. This was just the beginning, and Wu Hua was already unable to bear it. If he used his full strength, wouldn't Wu Hua be completely crushed? Using all kinds of medicine to increase one's cultivation base was just nice to look at but useless. Fortunately, Xiaoyang wasn't so early. Xiaoyang had a poison constitution. As long as he had enough poison, he could quickly raise his cultivation base. For example, Poisonous Insect Valley had many poisonous insects and toxins. If Xiaoyang needed to, he could enter and raise his cultivation base to the 9th rank martial ancestor realm. However, Xiaoyang didn't do that in order to stabilize his foundation. Xiaoyang, what right do you have to be so arrogant? This is just the beginning. So what if I let you have one move first? Wu Hua couldn't stand Xiaoyang's mockery and retorted. He thought he'd only underestimated Xiaoyang. Otherwise, How could he be at a disadvantage? He was confident in his cultivation base and could definitely beat Xiaoyang to the ground. This had always been his goal. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to make it happen. He had to show the entire poison sect how strong he was and that he was a true genius. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences if he failed. "Eat my 10,000 Buddha seal," Wu Hua shouted. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, forming a Buddha seal that crashed down on Xiaoyang. He'd used all his cultivation base to form this seal. It represented his strongest battle strength and would definitely be able to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. In order to deal with Xiaoyang, he was going all out. He did not want to disappoint the old woman, nor did he want to disappoint his fellow disciples. On the flying ship, the old woman and the other Sky Sect representatives were watching the match. Some of the Sky Sect representatives had already begun to discuss this matter. Xiaoyang is actually a 7th level martial arts grandmaster. That's incredible. No wonder he has the guts to fight with senior brother Wu Hua. This damned Xiaoyang is really annoying. No wonder senior brother Wu Hua specifically challenged him. Senior brother Wu Hua is so powerful. He will definitely win. He will definitely teach Xiaoyang a lesson. The old woman just shook her head, slightly with a helpless expression. As the mighty Wu Zun, she could already tell who was going to win the moment they made their move. After all, Wu Hua was no match for Xiaoyang. At the same time, she was also curious as to how Xiaoyang had managed to advance to the 7th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm in such a short period of time. It seemed like he had to find someone else to fight. She slowly closed her eyes, uninterested in the battle between the two. On the challenge stage, Xiaoyang looked at the 10,000 Buddha handprint displayed by his opponent. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he just shook his head and sneered. It was simply wishful thinking for his opponent to want to deal with him with such a weak Buddhist cultivation. With a flip of his hand, he immediately took out the Saraira from his storage ring. The Saraira represented the foundation of all Buddhas. With the injection of his cultivation, the Saraira suddenly shone brightly and enveloped Xiaoyang. Then, when the 10,000 Buddha handprint bombarded him, it directly assimilated the 10,000 Buddha handprint. In other words, the 10,000 Buddha handprint was absorbed by the golden light released by the Saraira and could not do anything to Xiaoyang at all. Then, Xiaoyang took back the Saraira and looked at Wu Hua with contempt. "Wu Hua, you still haven't learned. Don't you know that I have the Saraira? I remember that I used this trick to deal with you. You really don't learn from your mistakes. It's intolerable that you didn't fail." Xiaoyang smiled faintly and his eyes were full of ridicule. "Xiaoyang, you deserve to die." Uffed! With the failure of his attack and Xiaoyang's provocation, Wu Hua could not bear it at all. His qi and blood attacked his heart, causing him to spit out blood again. His breathing became rapid, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his fists were clenched tightly. He wanted to defeat Xiaoyang so badly. This was simply his goal in life. However, when he found that this goal was difficult to achieve, he almost had the urge to commit suicide. Wu Hua originally wanted to take this opportunity to prove himself, but he found that he was still like a clown who was being laughed at by others. Needless to say, he felt very uncomfortable. "Damn you, Xiaoyang. I'm going to kill you." Wu Hua shouted hysterically at Xiaoyang and once again rushed at Xiaoyang fiercely. He used all his skills to try to defeat Xiaoyang. At the same time, he took out many of his talismans and activated them all to bombard Xiaoyang. In order to deal with Xiaoyang, he was almost at all costs. "Just like you? You still want to fight with me?" Humph! Xiaoyang immediately became angry. Being an opponent of this kind of person was simply lowering his level. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could be his opponent. With a snort, he directly took out the God-lashing whip. With a bang, the whip lashed out in the air and issued a crisp sound. Afterward, it lashed out again like a spirit snake and quickly swept through Wu Hua's treasures, directly lashing them to the ground. As the whip became more ferocious, Xiaoyang's battle intent also became stronger. After the whip broke through Wu Hua's treasures, Xiaoyang lashed out again and directly swept towards Wu Hua's neck. It easily coiled around his neck. In that instant, Wu Hua felt like dying. He knew that he was finished. He had lost to Xiaoyang again. He was too ashamed to see others and felt guilty towards those who had high hopes for him. Xiaoyang, if you have the guts, kill me. At this moment, Wu Hua felt that it was difficult to breathe. His face was flushed, and even speaking became difficult. He pulled the god lashing whip around his neck with both hands, wanting to pull it open a little so that he could breathe. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. The god lashing whip was personally refined by the poison sect master. How could it be so simple? Even Xiaoyang had not clearly explored its magical effects. For example, when the god lashing whip hit a treasure, it actually lost its effect. This was simply inconceivable. Now that it was coiled around Wu Hua's neck, even if Xiaoyang did not use force, Wu Hua could not break free. It was as if the god lashing whip had its own spirituality. Wu Hua, what are you waiting for? Kneel down and surrender? Are you waiting for death? Xiaoyang roared at Wu Hua. If he could, he didn't mind killing Wu Hua. But the problem was, this was only a sparring match. If he killed someone from the Sky Sect in the Poison Sect's territory, the Sky Sect would use this as an excuse to declare war on the Poison Sect. That would be a huge problem for the Poison Sect. Chapter 6:23. Right now, the Poison Sect needed to grow steadily. It wasn't a good time for war, not to mention that the sect head's wife was still trapped in the Sky Sect. If things went too far, she would be in danger. Xiaoyang naturally understood the implications, so he didn't kill Wu Hua. He only wanted to force him to submit and embarrass him. Wu Hua stiffened his neck and glared hatefully at Xiaoyang. It was impossible for him to submit. He'd already done it once before, and that was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he agree to it now? What's more, this was the scene of him returning to his hometown in glory and taking revenge. Furthermore, the disciples of the two major sects were watching. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not surrender. Once he surrendered, he would lose all his face and suffer a heavy blow to his soul. Don't even think about it. Kill me if you have the guts. Wu Hua said stubbornly. He also knew that Xiaoyang wouldn't dare to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unyielding. It was because he saw through this that he could pretend to have some backbone. This way, the old woman and the other Sky Sect disciples would look at him in a new light. He'd lost a battle, so he couldn't continue to lose face. He had to save some face. Stubborn mouth, you're courting death. Xiaoyang said viciously. With a cold snort, he lashed out with the god-beating whip. The whip tightened, choking Wu Hua until he couldn't even speak. All he could do was open his mouth and widen his eyes. If this continued, he'd die of suffocation in 3 breaths' time. However, Xiaoyang didn't let him off so easily. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't died, he sent out a series of punches. Each one landed on Wu Hua's body, causing blood to seep out of his mouth. Even the old woman couldn't bear to watch this cruel scene, let alone the other Sky Sect disciples. Some of them even began to cry, "Stop, dog thief! Don't hit our senior brother Wu Hua." Still not stopping? Do you want to kill him? The people from the Sky Sect delegation couldn't stand it anymore. They roared at Xiaoyang one after another, hoping to stop Xiaoyang. However, at most, they were just shooting their mouths off. They didn't dare to go down and attack Xiaoyang. At the same time, because their shouts further stimulated Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang hit Wu Hua even harder, almost beating him half to death. You are just spectators. Do you want to interfere with the rules of the challenge? We've challenged both sides and neither side has lost yet. Why should we stop? Can't you people from the Sky Sect pay attention to fairness? Xiaoyang smiled coldly and continued to bully Wu Hua while refuting the Sky Sect delegation. Didn't the people from the Sky Sect want to cause trouble? Now they will know the consequences of causing trouble. Humph! Let's see if they still dare to have such thoughts. Especially this damned Wu Hua and that old woman. It was one thing for them to escape by luck, but now they have the guts to come back for revenge. If this isn't suicide, then what is? As Xiao Yang's mocking words rang out, Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianqian, Qin Jifu, and the other poison sect disciples began to clamor as well. The people from the Sky sect are shameless to the extreme. The other contestants haven't even said a word yet, so why are you participating? That's right. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Do you have any shame? If you don't want Wu Hua to die, why don't you just tell him to admit defeat? Instead, you want our senior brother Xiaoyang to stop? What are you thinking? You want to be a whore and still want to set up a monument to your chastity? How can there be such a good thing in this world? As the poison sect disciples bombarded them one after another, the people from the Sky sect finally realized their mistake. Their faces turned red, and they didn't dare to act recklessly. One or two of the bolder ones who had a good relationship with Wu Hua wanted to refute Xiaoyang and the poison sect, but the old woman's icy gaze swept over them before they could say anything. They immediately quieted down and didn't dare to speak carelessly. All of you, shut up. The old woman reprimanded them. Each of the Sky sect representatives was more obedient than the last. Then she looked gloomily at the stage and sensed that Wu Hua's life force was weakening. She guessed that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Slowly, she said, Wu Hua's skills are lacking and he has made a fool of himself. This sparring session ends here. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the poison sect master. She could have used her Wu Zun cultivation to forcefully separate Xiaoyang and Wu Hua, but she didn't. Instead, she asked the poison sect master for instructions and gave him some face. The poison sect master saw that the old woman had spoken so harshly, so he signaled to Xiaoyang and slowly said, "Since Wu Hua has already admitted defeat, Xiaoyang, you should let him go." He looked a little proud and pleased with himself. His disciple, Xiaoyang, had beaten Wu Hua half to death. It was a pleasant surprise. He didn't know that Xiaoyang had advanced to the 7th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. When he first went up on stage, he was worried for Xiaoyang and worried for Xiaoyang. However, seeing how valiant Xiaoyang was now, he felt proud of himself. The poison sect master was in a good mood and thought even more highly of Xiaoyang. It had only been a year, but he had advanced to the 7th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, which was comparable to the various pavilion masters. No one could compare to his cultivation talent and aptitude. Having a prodigious disciple was something to be proud of. The old woman had wanted to protect Wu Hua's face and hadn't said that Wu Hua had admitted defeat. However, the poison sect master had confirmed that Wu Hua had admitted defeat. This caused her expression to darken and her heart to grow unhappy. She snorted softly and swept an unfriendly glance at the poison sect master. However, she couldn't refute her. Wu Hua was in Xiaoyang's hands and could die at any time. If he didn't admit defeat, he would die. Wu Hua, did you hear that? You've already lost. Your 4 supports are meaningless. Xiaoyang smiled coldly and withdrew the god-striking whip. He stared at Wu Hua mockingly, and his expression was full of disdain. Xiaoyang was confident that he could take down trash like Wu Hua, even if there were more of them. No, I haven't lost. Damn it, I haven't lost. I won't admit defeat. After Wu Hua got a chance to breathe, he hurriedly took a deep breath and then immediately refuted Xiaoyang. He didn't want to admit defeat. As long as he didn't admit defeat, he could continue to fight with Xiaoyang. Although he didn't have the strength to fight with Xiaoyang, as long as he didn't admit defeat, his backbone would still be there, and he wouldn't be defeated by Xiaoyang. Wu Hua naturally heard the old woman and the poison sect master's confirmation. However, this wasn't his intention. Even if Xiaoyang killed him, he wouldn't admit defeat. Chapter 6:24. He loathed the poison sect master because the poison sect master had confirmed that he'd admitted defeat. Damn it, I didn't lose. My client hasn't admitted defeat yet. What the hell are you talking about? Wu Hua cursed at the poison sect head, even including the old woman. This made the poison sect master and the other disciples very unhappy. You're still complaining when we spared your life? The old woman's expression was just as ugly. If she hadn't spoken up, Xiaoyang definitely wouldn't have let Wu Hua go. She'd saved his life, but Wu Hua didn't know how to be grateful at all. Instead, he blamed her. Her good intentions had been treated as ill intent. How could she feel good? Wu Hua, are you a sore loser? Why don't you ask the heaven-seeking sect's senior brothers? They all saw it. Is there a need to argue about who won and who lost? What do you mean by pestering endlessly here? Is this the image of your heaven-seeking sect? Xiaoyang's face was cold as he stared at Wu Hua. Didn't Wu Hua want to come here to show off his power and prestige? You want to stubbornly refuse to admit defeat? I'll make you admit defeat. Humph. Xiaoyang thought to himself, if he wanted to completely defeat Wu Hua, he'd have to strike at his heart. No, I didn't lose. You all deserve to die for accusing me like this. I don't need anyone to make decisions for me. I'd rather die than admit defeat. Xiaoyang, let's continue. Wu Hua yelled at the crowd. He really couldn't afford to lose. He'd thought he could come here to wash away his humiliation, but he'd been humiliated once again. How could he lose? However, Xiaoyang ignored him. Smiling coldly, he activated his cultivation and flew off the stage. There was no need to argue with a stubborn scoundrel who refused to admit defeat. No, damn it, you can't leave. I haven't lost yet. Wu Hua had been emphasizing this sentence. As long as he could prove that he was stronger than Xiaoyang, then the poison sect master and Pavilion Lord Fo would regret their actions. Who told them to expel him from the poison sect? He couldn't take it anymore. You're a sore loser? If you can't afford to lose, then don't go on stage. What's wrong with you? You were so arrogant when you went up on stage, and now you're acting shamelessly after losing. A person of such quality is qualified to go up on stage? Aren't you just embarrassing your own sect? Go down, you disgrace, scoundrel, coward. The poison sect's disciples clamored one after another. Their disdain and mockery reached Wu Hua's ears, infuriating him so much that he almost vomited blood and died. His face turned red. He was very unwilling to accept his failure. He was very clear that his goal here was to be in the limelight and take revenge. That's enough. Wu Hua, get down. The old woman personally spoke and reprimanded Wu Hua. Wu Hua had always been sensible, but now he was making a spectacle of himself. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. This wasn't just Wu Hua's problem anymore. Her Sky Sect was involved as well. She naturally knew of the grudge between Wu Hua and Xiaoyang, but since she'd borrowed the sect's name to come here, she had to protect it well. Wu Hua took deep breaths and forced down the fury in his heart. He clenched his fists, unwilling to accept this outcome. Damn it! I didn't think even the ancestor wouldn't support me. He was so humiliated that he wanted to kill someone. Helpless, he could only leave the stage and sit alone in the distance, sulking. His heart was filled with grievances and discomfort. He couldn't get over it, nor could he let go. The more he struggled with this matter, the more pained he felt. Xiaoyang, just you wait. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Wu Hua transferred all his hatred and resentment onto Xiaoyang. His ferocious appearance frightened everyone who saw him. Senior brother Xiaoyang is so strong. Senior brother Xiaoyang is too amazing. He's our role model. The poison sect disciples boasted about Xiaoyang's strength and fawned over him. Many poison sect disciples were in a state of excitement. In their eyes, Xiaoyang had one face for the poison sect, so they should be happy. The Sky Sect had always been arrogant. Now that they'd been dealt a blow, how could they continue to be so arrogant? The poison sect master smiled at the old woman and probed, now that we've had this exchange, should we end it? The poison sect had already won one round and gained face. Whether they continued or not, they didn't have to worry about losing face. The old woman's expression was ugly as she snorted. That Wu Hua is just the weakest disciple in my sky sect. Naturally, the exchange should continue. She couldn't take it anymore. Even Wu Hua, who had the highest cultivation, had been defeated. Naturally, she couldn't leave with her tail between her legs. Otherwise, the other two Wu Zun disciples would definitely have opinions about her. Next, Ping Hong, you're up. The old woman glanced back at the youth on the flying ship. Although Lu Ping Hong wasn't the one with the highest cultivation in the delegation, he was the one with the highest attainments in formations. With him taking action, they would definitely return victorious. Yes, third supremacy. Lu Ping Hong cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. When he saw Xiaoyang humiliate Wu Hua, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. Now that it was his turn, he had to teach Xiaoyang a lesson and avenge Wu Hua. He thought to himself. Then he used his body movement technique and flew down from the flying ship, landing directly on the challenge platform. Landing firmly on the stage, he scanned the crowd for Xiaoyang's figure. He found Xiaoyang in the midst of all the chatter and laughter. His gaze locked onto Xiaoyang, a cold light swirling in his eyes. There was even a trace of killing intent. Just now, when Xiaoyang dealt with Wu Hua, it was as if he wanted to kill Wu Hua and slapped the sky sect's face. He was a person with a temper and naturally wanted to retaliate. After all, he couldn't be wronged for nothing. Humph, Xiaoyang, do you dare to come up and fight? This time, we'll compete in formations. He didn't point at anyone and directly aimed at Xiaoyang. He even released his own qi and firmly locked onto Xiaoyang, as if he was afraid that Xiaoyang would escape. The pavilion master of the Array Pavilion and many disciples of the Array Pavilion laughed. They looked at Lu Ping Hong on the stage as if they were looking at a fool. This rascal could have picked anyone, but he had to pick Xiaoyang. Wasn't he looking for trouble? The disciples of the other pavilions might not know, but they knew very well that Xiaoyang had single-handedly repaired the wind array at the entrance of the mystic realm. One had to know that the wind array was extremely difficult to repair. Even if the Array Pavilion and the Deputy Pavilion Master worked together, they wouldn't be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang's attainments and formations were superb. Lu Ping Hong was definitely here to be funny. Of all things he could have challenged. Why did he have to challenge formations? The Poison Sect Master and the other Pavilion Masters who knew about the situation also laughed. Only a few people who didn't know the situation were slightly worried and frowned. Chapter 6:25. This battle represented the Poison Sect's face, so of course they were worried that Xiaoyang would lose face. Brother Xiaoyang, she came all the way here just to fight you. Why don't you grant her wish? In order to coax Xiaoyang up, the Formation Pavilion's Pavilion Master stood up and shouted at Xiaoyang, disregarding his status. He couldn't wait to see Lu Ping Hong and the old woman lose face. Xiaoyang's formation skills were so high that even a Pavilion Master like him had to bow down to him. A mere Lu Ping Hong dared to stand up and shout at him? If he didn't teach her a lesson, his tail would start wagging. Brother Xiaoyang, why don't we let the Formation Pavilion's people do it? That's right, cousin. Can you handle this formation? Li Qinghe, Lan Jiaoye, and the others crowded over to Xiaoyang's side. They were worried that Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to handle it. Their original intentions were for Xiaoyang's sake. If he failed, they naturally didn't care about face, but they did care about Xiaoyang's safety. Everyone knew that formations were strange things. If you weren't careful, you could get trapped inside. They didn't know that Xiaoyang was so skilled in formations, so they tried to persuade Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Of course, he understood their good intentions. When it came to formations, Xiaoyang was confident that no one would dare to be hostile if he thought he was number 2. Don't worry. Although I don't have deep knowledge of formations, I'm still skilled enough to deal with a mere Lu Ping Hong. Xiaoyang comforted them, then circulated his cultivation base and flew up to the stage. Those who didn't know Xiao Yang's skills and formations were naturally worried for Xiao Yang. But those who knew Xiao Yang's skills and formations were excited and cheering for Xiao Yang. Lu Pinghong, is it? You didn't choose from so many people, but you chose me. Aren't you trying to avenge Wu Hua? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. Xiao Yang ignored the worry and cheers of others. He only looked at Lu Pinghong and spoke to her. He didn't have a good impression of Wu Hua, and he also didn't have a good impression of this guy in front of him. Since they all wanted to come up and offer their heads, he was naturally happy to help them. Xiao Yang, you only know how to talk. In a moment, I will let you know the might of my formation. Lu Pinghong snorted coldly and stared at Xiao Yang unkindly. She did not put Xiao Yang in her eyes at all. If it was a competition of cultivation and martial skills, he would naturally be afraid of Xiao Yang. However, he had already decided that this time the competition would be a competition of array formations. He believed that he had a superb level of array formations, so there was no need for him to put Xiao Yang in his eyes. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. There was nothing much to say. The first formation, the ghost formation. Lu Pinghong roared and hurriedly took out the formation flags from her body. She casually set them up. Then she took out a compass from her storage ring. This compass could help her better set up and control the formation. For her, it was like adding wings to a tiger. The formation is up. Xiao Yang, enjoy it. Lu Pinghong shouted proudly, feeling proud. The formation that she had set up could even trap a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster expert. It was naturally easy to trap Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang immediately saw the fog around him. When he looked around, he seemed to have entered another environment. There was endless fog around him. In the fog, there were the roars of various ferocious beasts. In addition, there were black shadows coming from all directions. They were rapidly approaching Xiao Yang. If an ordinary person saw such a situation, they would definitely be scared to death. However, Xiao Yang was not an ordinary person. He had even been to the ghost realm of the infernal court. What was more, these fake ghosts and illusory scenes in front of him? Xiao Yang could not help but sneer. He had the memories of the eternal poison lord from his previous life. He had seen all kinds of storms and foreign races. How could he be scared by such a small situation? You want to stop me with a mere illusory ghost formation? Ridiculous. Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with disdain. He instantly unleashed his traceless heart dream spell art, wiping out all of the fake ghosts that were attacking him. Even the entire formation trembled, and it was almost broken. Even though the ghost array had yet to be broken, it was already on the verge of breaking. Xiao Yang immediately retrieved the Saraira from his storage ring. The Saraira was an item of utmost righteousness, specifically used to restrain evil. After the Saraira was taken out, Xiao Yang injected his cultivation into it. The Saraira suddenly bloomed with thousands of rays of light and condensed into a large Buddha. After the Buddha appeared, it directly suppressed everything in the formation. Crack! The sound of the formation flags shattering was heard. The formation flags that Lu Pinghong had set up around were directly destroyed. With the destruction of the formation flags, the ghost formation was naturally broken. Xiao Yang also walked out of the ghost formation. Standing opposite him was a surprised Lu Pinghong. As for the surroundings, there was no more fog or formation. Kid, with your little attainments and formations, you want to trap me? You're still too inexperienced. Xiao Yang mocked. The other party had called him up to compete in array formations. Wasn't he also trying to trick Xiao Yang? Now, she had shot herself in the foot. I'll show you what a real ghost formation is. Xiao Yang instantly closed his eyes and swept out with his majestic divine sense. He used it in Lu Pinghong's sea of consciousness. Then he implanted the portraits of ghosts and Lord Yin in Lu Pinghong's mind. At the same time, he also fabricated a few hell maps for Lu Pinghong to see. At this moment, Lu Pinghong seemed to be in hell. She saw many ghosts and shadows. She even saw Lord Yin and everything in hell. It was as if she was forced to stay here. The feeling was very real. Ghosts. Lu Pinghong couldn't help but scream. Her face was pale, and she struggled with her hands and feet, trying to leave hell. However, the portraits she saw were only implanted in her mind by Xiaoyang. They were not real. On the contrary, his shouts and struggles were seen by many spectators, causing many spectators to laugh involuntarily. Even the 10 pavilion masters and the 3 great elders were smiling. The people from the Sky Sect delegation were shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. They did not understand why Lu Pinghong suddenly danced on the spot. One must know that Lu Pinghong's formation skills were high and they could not compare. Now that Lu Pinghong was like this, she must have fallen into a trap. It had to be said that Xiaoyang was really amazing. He could actually defeat Lu Pinghong in formations. After sighing with emotion at Xiaoyang's strength, they could not help but start to worry for Lu Pinghong. Xiaoyang had already withdrawn his divine sense from the other party's sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Pinghong's dancing movements. Then he shouted at Lu Pinghong. Chapter 6:26. He threatened, Lu Pinghong, are you not going to admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, how are you going to walk out of hell? I've lost. Ghosts, boo-hoo! I don't want to stay here anymore. I've lost. I want to go out. Hell was really too terrifying. Lu Pinghong couldn't take it at all. He waved his hands and legs as if he was chasing something away. As he admitted defeat, Xiaoyang once again used the traceless dream to erase the memories implanted in his opponent's mind. In fact, it only took a blink of an eye. When Lu Pinghong woke up again, he felt that his body was weak and his heart palpitated inexplicably. It was as if he had seen something just now, but had forgotten it. The only thing she remembered was that he admitted defeat. Lu Pinghong, since you've already admitted defeat, you can go down. Xiaoyang said calmly with a smile on his face. Lu Pinghong only felt humiliated. He was actually played by someone, and he didn't even know what exactly happened. This damn Xiaoyang was really too despicable. He originally wanted to refute a few words and didn't want to admit defeat. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember what happened previously and could only be speechless. Why? Can't you afford to lose? You just cast a ghost array. Since you're still afraid of ghosts, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Xiaoyang mocked. He was laughing so hard that even his eyes were squinted. This was simply a huge joke. In fact, many people below the high platform were already laughing out loud. Now that they heard Xiaoyang's explanation, they laughed even more happily. On the other hand, Lu Pinghong's face was flushed red. Although he didn't know what memories he lost previously, it was definitely some bad memories. Seeing the expressions of many people in the audience and his own senior and junior brothers, all of them lowered their heads in shame. There were even a few who tried hard not to laugh out loud. Lu Pinghong knew that he had embarrassed himself just now. Humph. All right, so be it if I lost. He snorted and left the high platform with a cold face. Then he used his cultivation and instantly flew onto the flying ship. He believed that the old woman would not blame him. After all, Wu Hua had failed first. Xiaoyang blinked and watched the other party leave. Then he looked at the people on the airship and shouted, "Is there anyone else who doesn't agree with the Sky Sect's representative? Come, come, come. I'll give you a chance to challenge me." After waiting for a while, seeing that there was no movement, he shouted again, "If no one is coming, then this exchange will end here. I'm tired, so I should go back and rest." The Poison Sect master smiled as he looked at the old woman. It was entirely up to the old woman to decide whether or not they still wanted to exchange pointers. After all, he wasn't the one who would lose face. He couldn't be bothered to attend the meeting if he didn't want to. The old woman's complexion was extremely ugly. She had been defeated by Xiaoyang twice. This Xiaoyang was really not simple. Not to mention that he had such a profound cultivation realm. He also had such attainments in array formations. It was very rare. She felt that she couldn't see through Xiaoyang. In the distance, Wu Hua also saw the exchange between Xiaoyang and Lu Pinghong on the high platform. He breathed heavily, his expression dignified and his eyes gloomy. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to have such attainments in array formations. He was deeply shocked and suddenly felt that it was not wrong to be defeated by Xiaoyang. The old woman hesitated again and again. Her gaze swept across the airship, wanting to see who had the courage to come forward. As a result, everyone who met her gaze lowered their head, not daring to meet her gaze. She was angry and a little annoyed. What was the use of bringing them here? They didn't even have the courage to do this. To think that they were people of the Sky Sect. It was simply a shame. Wang Kaixian, you're here. The old woman directly called out. Regardless of whether they had the confidence or not, she would send them out first. If they failed, she would deal with them later. The reason she called Wang Kaixian out was because she knew that Wang Kaishuan's alchemy skills were very high. Not only was he the #1 alchemist in the delegation, but he was also the #1 alchemist among the inner sect disciples. He could refine profound grade pills. Wang Kaixian already had some thoughts of retreating, but when he heard the old woman call out his name, he knew he couldn't back down. He could only brace himself and go forward. He encouraged himself and stepped forward with his head held high. Regardless of his alchemy skills, at least he couldn't lose to his opponent in terms of aura. Yes, third supremacy. Wang Kaixian respectfully replied, then used his movement technique to fly down from the airship and land on the stage. His indifferent gaze swept over the crowd before pausing on Xiaoyang. He calmly said, "This gentleman is skilled in alchemy. Please enlighten me." Not to mention his true ability, just his graceful bearing was enough to move people. Even the old woman was satisfied with this. Alchemy? The poison sect disciples couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Even the disciples of the Elixir Pavilion cried out in alarm, secretly worried for Xiaoyang. Previously, Xiaoyang helped their pill pavilion obtain the heavenly flame, but they hadn't seen Xiaoyang's alchemy skills. Even the poison sect master didn't know about Xiaoyang's alchemy skills. Thus, if they competed in alchemy, wouldn't Xiaoyang be finished? Cousin, why don't we just let it go? We've already won 2 rounds, so why not let them win this round? Lan Jia pouted her sexy almond lips and shouted at Xiaoyang. She naturally knew that Xiaoyang had some alchemy skills, but she only knew a little about it. She didn't know about Xiaoyang's true alchemy skills. If she really lost to Wang Kaixian, then it would be too shameful. It was better to be magnanimous from the start and let the other party win. Gu Qianqian, Fang Zihan, Bu Tianlang, Qin Jifu, and Li Qinghe were also worried for Xiaoyang. No one in the poison sect laughed out loud. Once Xiaoyang lost, the poison sect would lose face. After all, Xiaoyang represented the poison sect. At this time, a disciple from the poison sect's pill pavilion stepped forward and said, "Wang Kaixian, isn't it just alchemy? Come, come, come. How about I spar with you?" Wang Kaixian shook his head and didn't spare the disciple a glance. He had his eyes set on Xiaoyang, especially after seeing the expressions of the poison sect disciples. He was even more determined to make his choice. Xiaoyang had defeated Wu Hua and Lu Pinghong in a row, so he had to regain some face. He could see from everyone's expressions that Xiaoyang didn't have much skill in alchemy. He would definitely win. This was a victory delivered to his door, so why should he give it up? "Xiaoyang, please, let's compete to see who can refine better pills. What do you think?" Wang Kaixian asked Xiaoyang again with a smug smirk. A crafty glint flashed in his eyes. As long as Xiaoyang agreed, he would definitely win this round and humiliate Xiaoyang in a lofty manner. Chapter 6:27. Although Wang Kaixian hadn't been in the Sky Sect for long, he grew up in a family of alchemists, so his skills were no less than an inner sect disciple's. The old woman finally sighed in relief. She seemed to have grasped Xiaoyang's weakness and could turn the tables. After losing 2 rounds in a row, she didn't look too good either. After all, the Sky Sect had always been a cut above the Poison Sect. If they lost to the Poison Sect in an exchange of pointers, how would they have the face to see others when they returned? Xiaoyang, just do your best. There's no need to feel pressured. The Poison Sect master knew he couldn't avoid this round, so he could only console Xiaoyang and let Xiaoyang compete with Wang Kaixian. As his disciple, Xiaoyang had already won 2 rounds for the Poison Sect master. That was enough face, so it didn't matter if he lost this round. Besides, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for the Poison Sect to show too much strength. If the Sky Sect decided to use this as a weakness, the losses would outweigh the gains. Xiaoyang chuckled and turned to the Poison Sect master. He cupped his fists and bowed. Sect master, don't worry. I'll definitely make the other party back off. His true skill in alchemy was close to that of an earth-tier pill, and that was under the premise that his cultivation was limited. If he had enough cultivation and mental strength, his pills could surpass the heaven tier. Of course, Xiaoyang was most confident in refining profound tier pills, so there was no difficulty at all. After he'd successfully refined the advancement pill, his skills had skyrocketed, and he'd become more familiar with it. Who doesn't know how to boast? This depends on real ability. Wang Kaixian was very unhappy to see Xiaoyang boasting. He had the skill to refine profound tier pills, but he was still keeping a low profile and didn't show off. This Xiaoyang, on the other hand, didn't show off his skills yet, but he was already basking in the limelight. Let's see how he cleans up this mess later. Wang Kaixian thought smugly. Then he took out a pill furnace and a variety of pills and began to refine them. Taking out a pill furnace and various herbs was not a big deal. But what was rare was that Wang Kaixian actually had an elementary heavenly flame, which shocked many people. One had to know that the heavenly fire was quite rare. If one could grasp the heavenly fire, refining medicinal pills would be twice the result with half the effort. Judging from the other party's accomplishments, it seemed that he really was an alchemy grandmaster. This made many people worried for Xiaoyang. Only the Sky Sect representatives were laughing out loud at this moment, as if Wang Kaixian had finally won back some of their pride. Wang Kaixian had already started concocting pills. He had long been familiar with concocting pills of the profound rank. Before this, he did not know how many people he had concocted pills for. Now that he was concocting pills, his speed was naturally incomparably fast. From refining the medicinal ingredients, to fusing them into a pill, and finally to successfully refining them, it only took half a cup of tea's time. When the pill came out of the furnace, he asked the Poison Sect master and the old woman to appraise it. They concluded that it was a profound rank pill. In response, Wang Kaixian revealed an arrogant expression. He put away the medicinal ingredients and pill furnace, then arrogantly looked at the pill. He said disdainfully, "How is it? Xiaoyang, do you now know how superb my alchemy skills are? Are you prepared to admit defeat?" Xiaoyang smiled but did not say anything. He was too lazy to retort. No words were as convincing as actions. He reached out and summoned his heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was actually a mid-grade heavenly flame. When the Poison Sect disciples and upper echelons saw it, they were deeply shocked and filled with disbelief. Heavens, not only did Xiaoyang have a heavenly flame, but it was also a mid-grade one. If heavenly flames were rare, then mid-grade heavenly flames were even rarer. Out of over 100 elementary heavenly flames, there might not even be one that could evolve into a mid-grade heavenly flame. The Sky Sect's representative group and the old woman were also shocked when they saw the mid-grade heavenly flame in Xiaoyang's hand. They stared blankly at Xiaoyang, filled with disbelief. Soon after, people began to calm down. The Poison Sect's people looked expectantly at Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang could create another miracle and give them a pleasant surprise. The Sky Sect's representative group comforted themselves. Having a heavenly flame didn't mean one had alchemy skills. In alchemy, Alchemy techniques and knowledge of medicinal ingredients were crucial. More importantly, one had to control a heavenly flame. The higher the grade of a heavenly flame, the harder it was to control. Wang Kaixian didn't believe that Xiaoyang, who was the same age as him, could completely control a mid-grade heavenly flame. Xiaoyang, playing to the gallery is useless. So what if you have a mid-grade heavenly flame? Alchemy isn't just about heavenly flames. He mocked Xiaoyang, but his heart was filled with jealousy. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and glanced at the other party indifferently. Curling his lips, he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. Chuckling lightly, he then took out the herbs and pill furnace and began to refine pills. As an alchemist who had lived 2 lives, Xiaoyang's alchemy skills were beyond doubt. If it weren't for the limitations of his cultivation base, he could even refine a heaven-tier pill. In just half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaoyang also refined a pill, and it was a success. The poison sect's disciples couldn't help but gasp in shock. They never expected Xiaoyang to have learned alchemy. Moreover, judging from Xiaoyang's demeanor and technique, he was at the level of a great grandmaster. The alchemy pavilion's pavilion master, pavilion elders, and disciples all widened their eyes as they stared at Xiaoyang like they'd seen a ghost. They were well aware of Xiaoyang's alchemy skills. He'd reached the point of lifting something heavy as if it were light, and his handling of the details was perfect to the extreme. Even the pavilion master wasn't confident he could refine a pill of Xiaoyang's level. Although the poison sect master didn't know how to refine pills, he could tell from the expressions of everyone present that Xiaoyang's alchemy skills were very good. He couldn't help but chuckle, happy for Xiaoyang. This disciple of his was good at everything. He had all kinds of skills and surpassed everyone's expectations every time. Xiaoyang blinked and smiled as he presented the pill he'd refined. He slowly said, "I ask the sect master to appraise it." He was very confident in his pills. The pill he'd refined this time was a high-grade, profound class pill, 2 whole grades higher than Wang Kaishuan's. The poison sect master was Wu Zun, after all. Even if he didn't know how to refine pills, his ability to appraise pills wasn't low. At first glance, he was able to determine the pill's grade. He couldn't help but look at Xiaoyang in shock, growing even more excited. This disciple of his actually had such a high level of alchemy skills. As his master, he finally understood that he really didn't know what to say. After appraising the pills, the poison sect head had a good idea of what was going on. She handed the pills in her hand to the old woman so she could appraise them as well. This was to prevent cheating and favoritism. Chapter 6:28. The old woman narrowed her eyes and took the pill from the poison sect master's hands. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was a mystic class upper grade pill. She couldn't help but be greatly shocked. She really didn't expect Xiaoyang to have so many skills. He was simply all-round and proficient in all aspects. When she fought with Xiaoyang before, she didn't realize that Xiaoyang was so awesome. If she had known earlier, she might have directly snatched Xiaoyang away. Her eyes darted around, but her mind wasn't on the pill in her hands. She was pondering whether she could use the Heaven Sect's power to directly snatch Xiaoyang away. Perhaps she could accept some conditions. Xiaoyang was truly too awesome. Given enough resources and time, he could definitely grow into a terrifying existence. Even Wu Zun wouldn't be able to stop his footsteps. They naturally wanted to curry favor with such a genius, with limitless potential. As for the private grudges of the younger generation, they were nothing in the face of huge benefits. Third supremacy, what do you think? The poison sect master didn't know what the old woman was thinking, but based on his instincts, he could sense that the old woman was thinking of doing something unfavorable to Xiaoyang, so he reminded her. The old woman woke up and glanced at the poison sect master. She chuckled and slowly said, "Sect master, Xiaoyang's pill is better than Wang Kaishuan's. I naturally have nothing to say." Haha. Hearing this comment, the poison sect master couldn't help but laugh wildly. He was truly proud of Xiaoyang. Then he hurriedly said, "Not at all, not at all. I see that this pill still has many flaws. I still need to let my disciple refine it properly." He took the pill back from the old woman and returned it to Xiaoyang. He encouraged, "Did you hear that? Go back and cultivate and refine pills. Don't be arrogant." Xiaoyang nodded, looking very obedient. After taking back the pill, he looked at the ashen-faced Wang Kaixian and said calmly, "Brother, I'm sorry, but you've lost. My pill is better than yours, so what are you so proud of?" Xiaoyang laughed heartily. His face was full of smiles. "Humph." Wang Kaixian, who had been full of confidence, now suffered a blow. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He could only angrily swing his sleeves and leave. He returned to the flying ship and listened to the consolation of his fellow disciples. The poison sect disciples in the restaurant were about to explode. Senior brother Xiaoyang is really deep. It turns out that he is a senior alchemist. If it weren't for this challenge, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known about senior brother Xiaoyang's background. Senior brother Xiaoyang is simply an expert in many aspects. He is proficient in all aspects and is omnipotent. Senior brother Xiaoyang is awesome. He defeated the Sky Sect's representatives one after another. He's won glory for our poison sect. Not only were the disciples overjoyed, but even Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianqian, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and the others were overjoyed. They looked at Xiaoyang with excitement. "Brother Xiaoyang, your formation and alchemy skills are so high. It's truly unimaginable." Gu Qinghe, Gu Qingshan, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, and the others spoke one after another. Their faces were full of shock as they looked at Xiaoyang with worship. With Xiaoyang's terrifying abilities, who would it be convenient for? It would definitely be them, his friends. If they needed anything in the future, they could also ask Xiaoyang for help. Right now, the entire scene was focused on Xiaoyang, especially the 10 pavilion masters and 3 elders. Even the poison sect master was envious. So Xiaoyang was such a treasure that even 1,000 taels of gold couldn't buy him. Before, they didn't know Xiaoyang's abilities, so they hadn't given him any important missions. Now that they knew of Xiaoyang's abilities and that he had a cultivation base comparable to the pavilion masters, if they didn't give him some courage, they'd be letting themselves down. This was what many of the poison sect's upper echelons were thinking. As for the old woman and the Sky Sect's representatives, they were almost forgotten. They were no longer the focus. The focus was on Xiaoyang. As long as Xiaoyang was here, he'd definitely be able to lead the poison sect to surpass the Sky Sect in time. The old woman also knew that she couldn't stay any longer. She'd lost all face. So she cupped her fists and bowed to the absent-minded poison sect master. "Sect master, the exchange between our 2 sects has come to a successful conclusion. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll return to the Sky Sect tonight." She really didn't have the face to stay any longer. Every minute she stayed would only be mocked by others for 1 more minute. The poison sect master couldn't wait for them to leave, so he naturally wouldn't ask them to stay. He pretended to have good intentions, then said, "Then I'll see you off." He couldn't wait to see them off. "Before we leave, there's one last thing I need to discuss with you, sect master." The old woman stopped in her tracks and spoke to the poison sect master. Her voice wasn't loud, but many of the poison sect's upper echelons heard it. Many disciples even stopped to listen. They all stopped talking, their curiosity piqued. They wanted to hear what the old woman was talking about and see what kind of wild ambition she had. As far as the poison sect was concerned, anyone from the outer sect had bad intentions. The old woman said, "Sect master, Madam Sect Master is still in the Sky Sect. Right now, there's a way to bring her back. It's up to you." Hiss! Many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, The only reason Madam Sect Master was still in the Sky Sect was because the Poison Sect was on the decline and couldn't compare to the Sky Sect. Thus, the Sky Sect had kept her as a hostage. Now that they heard the old woman say that the Sky Sect was going to release her, they were naturally excited. Third supremacy, what do you mean? Of course, we want Madam Sect Master to return to the Poison Sect. The head elder hurriedly spoke up. Madam Sect Master wasn't just the head elder's benefactor. She was also a great benefactor to the entire Poison Sect. The reason why the Poison Sect Master had switched to the greater shifting art, and even had Xiaoyang practice it, was in hopes of saving the Sect Master's wife. Now that there was a chance to bring the Sect Master's wife back, they naturally didn't want to miss it. The old woman smiled faintly. From these people's tones, she could tell that the Poison Sect valued Madam Sect Master highly. She slowly said, "That's naturally simple. If you're willing to use Xiaoyang to replace Madam Sect Master, our Sky Sect will naturally be happy to oblige." That was her plan. This way, as long as Xiaoyang came to the Sky Sect would use all kinds of favors to move Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang was integrated into the Sky Sect, he'd be a great foundation for the sect. What? She wanted to use Xiaoyang in exchange? How could that be? The Poison Sect's upper echelons hesitated and panicked, not knowing what to do. At the same time, the Poison Sect disciples were also in an uproar. They didn't know what to do. Chapter 6, 29. Bu Tianling, Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, Lu Quan, Lan Jiaoye, and the others were stunned. Since when did Xiaoyang become as important as the sect head's wife? Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and their friends wouldn't be willing to part with Xiaoyang. As for the other Poison Sect disciples, they remained silent. Whether it was the sect head's wife or Xiaoyang, they all respected them. They were important figures to them. The Poison Sect's upper echelons couldn't come to a decision. It had to be said that the old woman's plan was very tempting. The sect head's wife had left the Poison Sect for many years and probably suffered a lot. They also wanted to bring her back so she could live a good life for a few days. However, this would be hard on Xiaoyang. They would have to give Xiaoyang to the Celestial Sect. Judging from Xiaoyang's actions, once Xiaoyang reached the Celestial Sect realm, he would suffer a lot. At the very least, Wu Hua wouldn't let it go. Thus, they couldn't make a choice. Both sides were flesh and blood. While everyone was in a dilemma, Xiaoyang knew it was time for him to step forward. He took a step forward and said, "Sect head, master, elders, pavilion heads, and fellow brothers, I, Xiaoyang, am willing to go to the Poison Sect in exchange for the sect head's wife." Everyone was shocked again. Even the old woman was stunned. She never expected Xiaoyang to make such a decision. Everyone knew that Xiaoyang had offended many people in the Celestial Sect, especially Wu Hua. If Xiaoyang left the Poison Sect, his fate would be miserable. "Cousin, I don't." "Me too." Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan couldn't help but jump out to stop Xiaoyang when they heard his decision. But no matter what, they couldn't say anything. Because Xiaoyang was trading for the sect head's wife. Although Xiaoyang was important, the sect head's wife was just as important. Up till now, he did not know how much the Grandmaster's wife had suffered. Now that there was a chance to get her back, how could he miss it? Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan didn't know what to do and could only cry quietly. Even Chen Jifu, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Lu Quan, and Bu Tianling had complicated expressions. They wanted to persuade him, but didn't know how to do so. One had to know that both sides were his own flesh and blood. "Brother Xiaoyang, I'll accompany you to the Heaven Sect." Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, Li Qinghe strode over to Xiaoyang's side. He looked at Xiaoyang with a resolute gaze and spoke solemnly. The friendship between Li Qinghe and Xiaoyang was undeniable. They had been established back in Martial Sun City. Not to mention that Li Qinghe's father had joined the Xiao family in Donglan town. The two of them were like brothers. Xiaoyang couldn't help but be moved. In fact, he knew that entering the Heaven Sect was very dangerous. Just today's matter alone had offended many Heaven's sect people. It would be strange if the Heaven's sect gave him a good face. However, he thought of his master and his wife. Wasn't his master's wish that he could learn the third level of the greater shift art and save his wife? Since there was such a good opportunity, how could he give it up so easily? After all, becoming the Grandmaster's wife was the wish of everyone in the poison sect. Cousin, I'll go too. No matter where you go, I'll follow. Me too. Me too. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, Butian Leng, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and Gu Shanha all stood up to express their determination to follow Xiaoyang. Following these people, the disciples of the Pale, Buddhist, and Formation pavilions also stood up to say that they wanted to follow Xiaoyang to the Heaven sect. Senior brother Xiaoyang will go with you. They expressed their stance in unison, their momentum astonishing. Xiaoyang's heart warmed even more, and his eyes almost teared up. At least these people knew how to dote on others. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "Many thanks to all my senior and junior brothers. However, only one person is needed to exchange for the Grandmaster's wife, and that's me, Xiaoyang. Thus, I don't need anyone else besides me. I will go to the Heaven sect alone to exchange for the Grandmaster's wife." Many people were touched by his courage to face death with equanimity. Some of the more soft-hearted and sensitive poison sect disciples couldn't help but lower their heads and weep, especially the female disciples. From this, they could see that Xiaoyang was filial and loyal. It was too rare. "Xiaoyang, that's enough. I won't allow you to go. Don't mention this again." The poison sect master was also moved. He reached out and rubbed his eyes, then directly forbade Xiaoyang. Then he turned around and didn't look at Xiaoyang anymore. The one staying in the Heaven sect was his wife. Didn't he want her to come back sooner? But how could he do such a thing if he had to sacrifice his disciple? Whether it was the Grandmaster's wife suffering or Xiaoyang suffering, he couldn't accept it. Besides, as long as Xiaoyang cultivated the greater teleportation art to the third level, they could save the Grandmaster's wife according to their previous agreement. The old woman sensed the poisoned sex emotions and knew they couldn't rush this matter. "I'll give you some time to consider this matter. Once you've made up your mind, you can come find me at any time. We'll take our leave first." The Heaven sect's delegation boarded an airship and slowly left. The entire poison sect was silent as usual. The old woman had truly given them a difficult problem that stumped them all. Xiaoyang couldn't even sacrifice himself for justice. People left one after another, parting on bad terms. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Xiaoyang ran into the poison sect master many times. However, the sect master had no intention of speaking and simply walked by in silence. This made Xiaoyang feel a little awkward. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Sword Pavilion Elder came to the sect master's peak and found Xiaoyang. Sword Pavilion Elder said gently, "Brother Xiaoyang, are you ready? We're about to head to the ancient sword immortal ruins to search for the immortal sword." Xiaoyang suddenly came to his senses. He naturally remembered this matter. Sword Pavilion Elder and Sword Pavilion Master had come looking for him before to ask for his help. He naturally had to do his best to fulfill his promise. Besides, he had a good relationship with Sword Pavilion Elder. Even if he didn't give him face, he still had to give Buddha face. All right. We can set off at any time." Xiaoyang responded to Sword Pavilion Elder. He'd been feeling a little vexed these past few days. There seemed to be some inexplicable things between him and the poison sect master. In addition, the two of them weren't good at communicating, so it was a little awkward. "Then let's go. We're all ready and have already gathered at Sword Mountain." Sword Pavilion Elder was very happy. Her face was full of smiles as she looked at Xiaoyang happily. She took the lead and led the way. She said to Xiaoyang, "Come, follow me." Chapter 630. She took out her immortal sword and rode it. After thinking for a bit, she embarrassedly said, "Brother Xiaoyang, come on my flying sword." Although she was a girl, she wasn't that shy as long as she recognized him as a brother. Xiaoyang was a bit embarrassed, but he couldn't refuse since she was already like this. She would be even more embarrassed if he refused. He used his movement technique and easily got on Sword Pavilion Elder's flying sword. He stood behind the elder and breathed in the air. He also smelled the fragrance of a woman on Sword Pavilion Elder's body. This made Xiaoyang's heart flutter. Although Sword Pavilion Elder was old, he took good care of himself. With the addition of the eye-nourishing pill, he looked like a 16-year-old. His figure was exquisite and curvaceous. His hair fluttered in the wind. Looking at him from behind, one would have the urge to commit a crime. Xiaoyang didn't have much EQ. He praised so fragrant. Sword Pavilion Elder's face turned red. He quickly comforted himself that this was definitely the fragrance of the poison sex flowers. As for whether it was a body fragrance or a flower fragrance, he didn't dare to ask and pretended not to hear. He didn't want a brat like Xiaoyang to tease him. In less than 10 breaths of time, Sword Pavilion Elder brought Xiaoyang to Sword Mountain. More than 10 excellent disciples from Sword Pavilion had gathered there. They were ready to go. Only Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang were left. All the disciples of the Sword Pavilion knew that Xiaoyang had defeated the Sky Sex delegation recently. Therefore, when these disciples saw Xiaoyang, they all showed great enthusiasm and showed great kindness. "Greetings, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. Please take care of us along the way." These disciples were very good with words. Every frown and smile was full of smiles. They weren't like Qian Jizi from the Alchemy Pavilion, who looked at him as if he was an enemy. It was really annoying. Hee, senior brothers and junior brothers must be joking. We are all going through thick and thin together. Don't worry, if you need my help, just say the word. I will definitely protect you. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Xiaoyang naturally responded enthusiastically. After all, the Sword Pavilion Elder was the one leading the team this time, so it could be considered as helping the Sword Pavilion Elder in disguise. Seeing that they were almost done exchanging pleasantries, the Sword Pavilion Elder said coldly, "All right, let's move out. Everyone, fly on your swords and head to the ancient Sword Immortal Ruins." Everyone took out their flying swords. Under the control of their cultivation bases, the flying sword suddenly expanded to around a zhang in length, suitable for a person to stand on. With so many people watching, Xiaoyang naturally felt embarrassed to continue riding the sword with the Sword Pavilion Elder. He could be shameless, but the Sword Pavilion Elder was. Although Xiaoyang wasn't extremely proficient in swordsmanship, his comprehension of swordsmanship was extraordinary. Although he rarely performed swordsmanship, his foundation and comprehension were still there. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved the Ashwolf sword. Under the control of his cultivation base, the Ashwolf sword flew into the air and instantly expanded. Xiaoyang took a step forward and controlled the Ashwolf sword to fly. His flying posture and speed were more elegant and beautiful than anyone else's, making him look like a sword immortal. "Brother Xiaoyang, I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so outstanding." The Sword Pavilion Elder flew alongside Xiaoyang on his sword and praised Xiaoyang. He was truly amazed by Xiaoyang's sword kinesis flight. Previously, he thought that Xiaoyang was only proficient in array formations, pills, and herbs. He didn't expect that Xiaoyang's swordsmanship would be so outstanding that he was even more proficient than him. "Sword Pavilion Elder, you're making fun of me. It's just child's play," Xiaoyang said humbly. After flying for a while, he asked, "I wonder how long it will take to reach the ancient Sword Immortal Ruins." "Soon." The Sword Pavilion Elder looked at the map in his hand and adjusted his direction before answering softly. Half a day passed. The Sword Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang, and the others appeared in front of an ancient tomb. From the outside, it looked like a simple ancient tomb with a burial chamber inside. However, when Xiaoyang used his divine sense to check it, he immediately noticed something unusual. The ancient tomb was filled with sword qi, and there were even many sword spirits active in it, which surprised Xiaoyang. The birth of sword spirits usually depended on immortal swords, which meant that there must be many immortal swords in the ancient tomb. However, even though he knew that there were immortal swords in the ancient tomb, it wasn't easy to take them because the sword qi inside was extremely sharp. Even Wu Zun might not dare to barge in unless he was courting death. This is it. Let's take a rest first and recuperate before entering to find the immortal swords, the Sword Pavilion Elder instructed. After hearing this, more than 10 disciples of the Sword Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. They were exhausted from flying on their swords and almost exhausted their cultivation base. Xiaoyang was no exception. He sat cross-legged on the spot to recuperate. His recuperation speed was much faster than the others. Since he was bored, he released his divine sense to check the situation within 20,000 kilometers. He immediately sensed movement. It was the people of the Sky Sect. Xiaoyang immediately opened his eyes and warned, "Someone is coming." It's the people of the Sky Sect. The reason why he could tell that it was the people of the Sky Sect was based on their cultivation method, aura, and clothes. He had fought with the people of the Sky Sect previously, so it was easier to identify them. People of the Sky Sect? Strange, why are they here? The Sword Pavilion Elder's delicate face was puzzled. The news of the ancient Sword Immortals relics was left behind by the Poison Sect seniors. Apart from the Poison Sect, no one else knew about it. Could it be that someone leaked the news or sold them out? The Sword Pavilion Elder didn't dare to think about it. There's also an expert of the 8th level martial ancestor realm. Xiaoyang reminded him once again with a serious expression on his face. The expert of the 8th level martial ancestor realm from the Sky Sect was a sword cultivator. The reason why he emphasized the sword cultivator was that the lethality of a sword cultivator was much more terrifying than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even Xiaoyang had to brace himself to face him. The Sword Pavilion Elder and the others immediately felt a heavy burden. Apart from Xiaoyang, who was at the 7th level martial ancestor realm, the others were all below the 6th level martial ancestor realm. Only the Sword Pavilion Elder was at the 6th level martial ancestor realm. The remaining disciples of the Sword Pavilion Elder were mostly at the 4th level martial ancestor realm. If they encountered an expert of the 8th level martial ancestor realm, they would be in a very bad situation. Not to mention whether they could obtain the immortal sword in the ancient tomb. It would be difficult to guarantee their own safety. Damn it! The usually good-tempered Sword Pavilion Elder could not help but bite her lip and curse. She was in a terrible mood. "Let's retreat," she ordered in a bad mood. However, there was no other way. They could not fight with the people of the Sky Sect. Chapter 631. They even had a powerful 8th level martial ancestor, realm, cultivator. If they hesitated, they would have to sacrifice all the outstanding disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Xiaoyang naturally didn't object and sighed inwardly. He then followed them and prepared to leave this place. At present, the Sky Sect and Poison Sect's positions were unclear. On the surface, they seemed to be harmonious, but in reality, the undercurrent was turbulent and abnormally dangerous. Otherwise, the Sky Sect wouldn't have kept the sect master's wife as a hostage. Leaving this place and preserving their strength was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a pity that they could only watch as the Sky Sect took away the immortal sword after coming all the way here. They were truly unwilling to accept it. When the Sword Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang, and the rest were about to leave, one of the Sword Pavilion disciples fell to the ground and cried out in pain. It was because of this sound and delay that the Sky Sect's 8th level martial ancestor realm cultivator discovered them. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around? Come out, or don't blame this old man for being impolite." A dignified voice filled with hostility rang out. Following that, a majestic divine sense swept over and instantly locked onto the Sword Pavilion Elder. Xiaoyang and the rest. Oh, so it's the poison sect. Haha, Wei Zhongxiong couldn't help but laugh, loudly like a cat that had encountered a mouse. He was extremely excited. He could tell at a glance that this group of poison sect disciples were from the Sword Pavilion. Each of them carried a flying sword, and the highest cultivation was only a 7th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. On the other hand, the Sky Sect had brought over 20 outstanding Sword Pavilion disciples. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers and cultivation. They could completely bully the Poison Sect. In any case, the Sky Sect and the Poison Sect had always been in conflict. The Poison Sect was only temporarily suppressed by the Sky Sect. Hello, you're from the Poison Sect's Sword Pavilion. Wei Zhongxiong looked like a good old man. His gaze swept over the Sword Pavilion elder, Xiaoyang and the rest. His gaze lingered on the Sword Pavilion elder. He seemed to have been attracted by the Sword Pavilion elder's enchanting beauty and temperament. He even looked at the Sword Pavilion elder a few more times. The Poison Sect's Sword Pavilion elder greets the Sky Sect's Sword Pavilion elder. Since they'd been discovered, there was no need to hide. The Sword Pavilion elder greeted Wei Zhongxiong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Haha, very good. To think that we would run into each other by chance. I've heard that the disciples of your Poison Sect's Sword Pavilion are very outstanding. The disciples of our Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion aren't convinced at all. Why don't we have a fight today and decide who's better? Wei Zhongxiong directly stirred up trouble. Although it was just a challenge, if the Heaven Sect's people accidentally killed a few of the Poison Sect's Sword Garret disciples, Wei Zhongxiong would definitely say that swords and sabers had no eyes and that they were responsible for their own deaths. On the other hand, if a Poison Sect disciple accidentally killed a Heavenly Sect disciple from Sword Pavilion, Wei Zhongxiong would definitely be enraged. He'd use thunderous methods to massacre the Sword Pavilion elder, Xiaoyang and the others. The Sword Pavilion elder knew Wei Zhongxiong very well. There was a foot-thick pile of information about him in the Poison Sect. In any case, Wei Zhongxiong's cultivation was the highest here. Who could stop him from doing whatever he wanted? Even if the Poison Sect was lucky enough to escape and report back, what could they do? Did they have the guts to start a war with the Heaven Sect? Thus, the Sword Pavilion elder refused without a second thought. The Heaven Sect's Sword Pavilion is renowned throughout the world. Our Poison Sect's Sword Pavilion isn't a match at all. It's best if we don't embarrass ourselves. We at least know this much. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll leave now. The Sword Pavilion elder bid farewell and prepared to leave with a dozen Sword Pavilion disciples. She was the one who'd brought these people out, so she naturally had to bring them back safely. As for the immortal sword in the ancient tomb, it was best not to think too much about it. It'd be hard to leave even if she wanted to now. Wei Zhongxiong definitely wouldn't let them leave so easily. As expected, just as the Sword Pavilion elder was about to leave, Wei Zhongxiong waved a hand and the Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion disciples blocked his path. The Sword Pavilion elder was enraged. He raised his head and glared unyieldingly at Wei Zhongxiong. You from the Heaven Sect, what are you trying to do? Do you think our Poison Sect is easy to bully? At this time they had to be unyielding and act as if they were willing to die together with the other party. Only then would they have a chance to leave. If they were timid, they'd only be bullied further. Xiaoyang calmly watched the situation in front of him without saying a word. The Sword Pavilion elder had already done enough. He didn't need to fight for the limelight and take responsibility. He was also secretly wondering who had betrayed them. According to the Sword Pavilion elder, only the Poison Sect knew about the ruins of an ancient sword immortal. Now that the Poison Sect had arrived, the Sky Sect's people had arrived as well. In addition, the Sword Pavilion disciple had fallen at the most critical moment of all times. It was hard to believe that it was a coincidence. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and secretly used the time reversal art. He wanted to see what had happened, so he could make a judgment. Xiao Yang formed a hand seal and circulated his cultivation base. The time reversal art was completed in an instant. Xiao Yang condensed the projection on the spiritual stone. Soon after, he could see from the spiritual stone that the sword firmament pavilion disciple had fallen down and cried out in pain because of the sword firmament pavilion disciple behind him. Xiao Yang couldn't help narrowing his eyes, killing intent flowing through them. The poison sex people had always hated traitors, and Xiao Yang was no exception. Now he could basically conclude that the sword pavilion disciple had colluded with the heaven sect. Carefully observing the sword pavilion disciple's expression, he saw fear and uneasiness on the surface, but there was cunning and complacency in the depths of his eyes. His scheme had succeeded. Humph! Xiao Yang's heart hardened, killing intent flashing through his eyes. He remembered the disciple's name. It was Jian Shi-san, but he didn't know why he'd colluded with the heaven sect. Seeing Jian Shi-san like that, Xiao Yang was furious. He collected his thoughts and calmed himself down first. Then he heard Wei Zhongxiong threaten the sword pavilion elder. What do we want to do? Isn't that a simple matter? His gaze paused on the sword pavilion elder's handsome face. If you're willing to spend a night with me, I'll naturally let you leave safely. Otherwise, you'll all stay here. You, despicable, shameless. The sword pavilion elder was instantly angered, his face ashen. The records said that Wei Zhongxiong was a lecher, and now it seemed that it was true. But the sword pavilion elder had suffered. He was a loyal woman and naturally wouldn't yield. Ha! There are many people who have cursed me, Wei Zhongxiong. In the end, they were either tamed by me or killed by me. Ha! Wei Zhongxiong said with a smile, like a smiling tiger. The threat in his words was very strong, and anyone could hear it. Chapter 632. He didn't care who the poison sex sword pavilion elder was. As long as he took a fancy to a woman, no one would be able to escape his clutches. In this remote place, he could cover the sky with one hand. So what if he killed the poison sex sword pavilion elder? What can a few sword pavilion disciples do to me? Wei Zhongxiong couldn't help but laugh at this thought. The sword pavilion elder was so angry that he coughed up blood. His breathing quickened as he viciously said, Wei Zhongxiong, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. You came here for the immortal swords in the tomb, right? But let me tell you, only I can lead people into the tomb. If you don't believe me, you can send people in to take a look. This was what the sword pavilion elder was relying on and why he chose to retreat for now. Since the poison sect seniors had passed down the ancient ruins, they naturally had to explain the way in and out. Wei Zhongxiong couldn't help but be skeptical as he looked at the sword pavilion elder. After a moment of thought, he snorted. If I find out you're lying to me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Then he ordered several disciples of the sword pavilion of the heaven sect to enter the ancient tomb and begin to investigate whether it was as dangerous as the sword pavilion elder had said. Several sword pavilion disciples immediately opened the tomb and entered. After waiting for a while, there was no movement from inside and no one came out. They still had patience and continued to wait. But after half a cup of tea's worth of time passed, no one came out. There wasn't even the slightest sound. Wei Zhongxiong had to reconsider the sword pavilion elder's words. That is, this ancient tomb is really dangerous, and it is even difficult to enter. His face was ashen. He had sent 3 outstanding disciples of the sword firmament pavilion, and he reckoned that they had all died inside. Of course, this was his own doing, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Wei Zhongxiong snorted and pointed at the sword pavilion elder and Xiao Yang. You two go in and bring me the immortal swords. I'll kill one of you for each sword missing. He wasn't stupid. Since they couldn't enter, he might as well let the sword pavilion elder lead the poison sex disciples in. Even if they brought out the immortal swords, they'd still end up in his hands. Plus, he didn't need to take any risks. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. This was for the best. She glanced at Xiaoyang and nodded at Xiaoyang. Then she ordered the disciples behind her, "Follow me in. Follow me closely." She took the lead and entered the tomb, followed by Xiaoyang and the others. A disciple of the Sky sect walked up to Wei Zhongxiong and asked in a low voice, "Master, should we follow them?" Wei Zhongxiong maintained his signature smile. After laughing for a while, he looked at the ancient tomb. He narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "No need. Just stay here and guard. Anyway, there's a spy inside. What's there to be afraid of?" Yes, one of these disciples was a traitor. Otherwise, Wei Zhongxiong wouldn't have been able to find them so quickly. So far, Xiaoyang was the only one who had discovered the traitor. However, Xiaoyang couldn't make it public now, so as to avoid division. Right now, they needed to be united. Once their morale was shaken, even the Sword Pavilion Elder would find it hard to stabilize them. After entering the ancient tomb, the surroundings were very dark. Only the soft light of the night illumination pearls allowed them to barely see their surroundings. Their spirit sense was suppressed in the ancient tomb. Anyone who released their spirit sense would feel as if their spirit was being cut by sword qi, causing their spirit qi to feel piercing pain. Thus, almost everyone withdrew their spirit sense and relied on their eyes to see the path. Only Xiaoyang was a little special. He had cultivated the mental attack of the traceless dream. Therefore, in order to avoid being cut by the sword qi, he directly condensed his divine sense into the shape of a sword. Then he scanned his surroundings to check the situation, which made it much easier for him. There were many dangerous places, but under his reminder, they managed to avoid them. "Everyone rest here. We've been walking for half a day," the Sword Pavilion Elder ordered. The disciples relaxed and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Xiaoyang approached the Sword Pavilion Elder. He pretended to check the surroundings with the Sword Pavilion Elder, but secretly took out a spirit stone and handed it to him. The scene he saw when he used the time reversal technique was directly recorded by him. This was a good opportunity to let the Sword Pavilion Elder know the situation, so that the Sword Pavilion Elder and the others would not know if they were betrayed by a traitor. The Sword Pavilion Elder was a little confused at first, but when she saw Sword 13 sprayed playing tricks during the retreat, she immediately guessed the general situation. Although the Sword Pavilion Elder was a woman, she was not stupid. On the contrary, she was a person who paid more attention to details and was sensitive. When she thought of Wei Zhongxiong's arrival and looked at this scene, she immediately came to the conclusion that Sword 13 was a spy, a traitor. The reason why Wei Zhongxiong did not let anyone follow them in until now was definitely because Sword 13, the traitor, was there, so they were very assured. The Sword Pavilion Elder did not doubt the authenticity of the scene Xiaoyang gave her. She remembered that when they were in Chaos City, Xiaoyang relied on the time reversal technique to track down the food that evil cultivators had stolen. The trust between them was indescribable, and they could be friends with their lives. Since they had already discovered that Sword 13 was a spy, they definitely could not end the other party hastily. This would definitely make Wei Zhongxiong hesitate. Since Wei Zhongxiong was using this traitor, why not also use this traitor? If they could lure Wei Zhongxiong in, and then use the ancient tomb's mechanism to kill Wei Zhongxiong, it would simply be too beautiful. The Sword Pavilion Elder could not help but look at Xiaoyang as soon as she thought of this plan. Xiaoyang smiled and communicated with the Sword Pavilion Elder with his eyes. The two of them quickly reached an agreement. For the time being, they would pretend that they had not discovered the traitor, and then find an opportunity to let the traitor spread false information to lure Wei Zhongxiong in. Even if they could not kill Wei Zhongxiong, they could trap a large number of outstanding disciples of the Heaven Sect and Sword Pavilion. This way, they could also eliminate the threat and pressure for themselves. Let's continue exploring. After resting for a while, the Sword Pavilion Elder got up and called out to the Sword Pavilion disciples to continue walking into the depths of the ancient tomb. The deeper they went into the ancient tomb, the sharper and fiercer the sword qi inside. Many Sword Pavilion disciples were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. Fortunately, the Sword Pavilion elder had mastered the method to enter the inner tomb. Otherwise, they would definitely be cut into pieces by these terrifying sword chi. Even Xiaoyang was somewhat fearful when he saw these terrifying sword chi. Look, it's an immortal sword. After entering the inner tomb, they immediately saw the immortal sword hanging in the middle of the Great Hall. Chapter 633. There were more than 10 of them, and there were dozens of immortal swords hanging on the walls. Each immortal sword was flowing with 7-colored light. Some of the more powerful ones even had sword spirits. This made the eyes of the Sword Pavilion disciples light up. They wished they could take these immortal swords. However, the Sword Pavilion elder and Xiaoyang hadn't moved yet, so they couldn't rush up. Jian Shisan's eyes moved left and right. He memorized the way to enter and the dozens of immortal swords in front of him. Then, he secretly sent a message to Wei Zhongxiong. Xiaoyang and the Sword Pavilion elder looked at each other and pretended not to see, allowing the other party to send out the message. Let's go to the next secret chamber to see the situation. The Sword Pavilion elder put on a cold expression. He was unmoved by the immortal swords in front of him and didn't let anyone else take them. The others followed. Jian Shisan was at the end. When he left the tomb, he took another look at the immortal swords, and a cunning look appeared in the depths of his eyes. He had already secretly sent out a message. Since the Sword Pavilion elder and Xiaoyang didn't want them, they would be letting the Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion people take advantage of them. As a spy, he couldn't help but feel happy. What a bunch of idiots. There's so many immortal swords in front of them, but they ignore them and don't move. Jian Shisan cursed and looked down on the Sword Pavilion elder and Xiaoyang. However, this also helped him. As long as the Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion people successfully obtained the immortal swords, at least half of the credit would go to him. If he hadn't sold out the method to pass through the mechanism and revealed the location of the immortal swords, the Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion people would be blind. Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion elder, and the others had already gone to another tomb. Outside the Sword Immortal ruins, Wei Zhongxiong crossed his arms and looked at the ruins with confidence. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. They were now in an absolute advantage and were ruthlessly suppressing the Poison Sect's Sword Pavilion people. They had even bribed Jian Shisan. With Jian Shisan as a spy, every move of the Poison Sect's Sword Pavilion was under his control. Wait until you get the immortal swords for me. Then I'll deal with you. From the very beginning, Wei Zhongxiong did not want to let go of Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion elder, and the others. The reason why he had not done anything to them was that he wanted them to take the risk and enter the ancient tomb to obtain the celestial sword for him. After waiting outside for a while, he immediately received a communication jade slip. This communication jade slip came from the ancient tomb. With one look, he knew that it was a message from the traitor, Jian Shisan. After Wei Zhongxiong received the jade slip, he calmly looked at the recorded information. He couldn't help but smile slightly, and his expression became even more arrogant. After checking the information, he crushed the jade slip and said to the other Sky Sect disciples, "Let's go. Follow me." From this jade slip, he found out the method to enter the ancient tomb. He also found out the location of the immortal sword. Going in now would be like picking peaches. In fact, he could also wait for the Sword Pavilion elder, Xiaoyang, and the others to bring out the immortal sword. However, as a member of the Sword Pavilion, he naturally liked the fairy's sword very much. Therefore, he didn't want to wait a moment longer and impatiently led the disciples of the Sword Pavilion in. "Pavilion Master, there are many mechanisms in this ancient tomb. If you don't master the method, it is very likely that you will be in danger." Seeing Wei Zhongxiong leading the group in front, looking as if he couldn't wait to enter the ancient tomb, several disciples from the Sword Pavilion of the Sky Sect asked. They didn't have a cultivation as terrifying as Wei Zhongxiong's. Once they encountered danger in the ancient tomb, it would be difficult for them to protect themselves. Therefore, they asked out of concern for their own safety. Wei Zhongxiong naturally knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at them and said, confidently, I have already mastered the method to enter the ancient tomb. As long as you follow me, I can guarantee that you will be fine. In addition, I also know the location of the immortal sword. Just follow me and get some benefits. This caused a commotion among the disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Even their breathing became heavy and their eyes lit up. As a member of the Sword Pavilion, they naturally liked the immortal sword very much. Since the Pavilion Master had already spoken, they naturally had no doubts. Pavilion Master, is it because of the transmission jade slip from before? The disciples of the Sword Pavilion weren't fools. Those who could be brought here by Wei Zhongxiong were all elites. When they thought of the jade slip Wei Zhongxiong had just received, they immediately determined that there must be one of their own among the disciples of the poison sect's Sword Pavilion. Their hearts surged, and their faces flushed red. I saw through it, but didn't say it out loud. All right, hurry up and follow me. Wei Zhongxiong was a bit proud. At least he could show off in front of his disciples about bribing the traitor. After urging them, he sped up and entered the ancient tomb. After several hundred meters, they didn't encounter any traps, proving that Wei Zhongxiong's method was correct. The disciples of the Sword Pavilion were all excited and couldn't contain their joy. After a while, they arrived at the first chamber of the ancient tomb. There were immortal swords on the walls and an altar in the center of this chamber. Xiaoyang and the Sword Pavilion Master had been here before. The message from the traitor, Jian Shursan, also explained the entire chamber in detail. Wow, so many immortal swords. They're all ours. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go collect them. When the disciples of the Sword Pavilion saw the immortal swords, they couldn't control themselves and were in high spirits. They wanted nothing more than to take them all away. A few of them couldn't wait to take action. They entered the chamber and directly jumped up to the altar in the center. They reached out and grabbed the 7-colored immortal swords. There were also disciples who rushed to the walls to grab the swords. After taking one, they felt it wasn't enough and greedily went for a second one. After getting the immortal swords, they became even more excited. Their eyes flashed with light. Pavilion Master, look, they're all immortal swords. We're rich, we're rich. With so many immortal swords in their hands, it was hard for them not to be excited. When Wei Zhongxiong saw this, his face also flushed red. He was even more proud and proud. Of course, it was his credit that the Sword Pavilion could have such a huge harvest. But just when he was so happy that he wanted to say a few words to show off, the tomb shook with a loud bang. Then, beams of light shot out from the tomb. These beams of light seemed to contain supreme power that could penetrate the void and destroy all things. As these hundreds of beams of light shuttled and swam, the immortal swords in the chamber were all cut into pieces. Even the disciples of the Sword Pavilion were turned into minced meat in an instant. Blood mist flew everywhere, and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. It was really terrifying and unbearable to look at. Ah! Help! Help, Pavilion Master, we've been fooled. The disciples of the Sword Pavilion in the chamber wailed and screamed. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 634. They immediately rushed to the exit, wanting to rush out of the tomb. However, even though they scrambled to leave, they were still too slow. They were directly swept by the surrounding light beams. Some were directly cut in half, some were cut in their hands, and some were cut in their feet. As the second, third, and fourth light beams swept across, almost everyone who entered the tomb was cut into pieces. Only 2 or 3 were lucky enough to escape the tomb. However, the 2 or 3 disciples who escaped were still in a difficult situation. They were either missing an arm or a leg. One of them had his dantian directly pierced. If Wei Zhongxiong, an 8th-level martial grandmaster, had not used his cultivation to help heal him, he would have died here. Woo-woo! Pavilion Master, we're so miserable, woo-woo! The 3 disciples of the Sword Pavilion who were lucky enough to escape looked back at the miserable situation in the tomb and could not help but wail. Tears streamed down their faces. The tomb was now piled up with minced meat. The thick blood mist almost dyed the entire tomb red. The broken immortal swords were scattered on the ground, stained with their companions' blood. There were more than a dozen disciples of the Sword Pavilion who had entered just now. In the blink of an eye, 80% of them had died. It was as tragic as Azura Hell. It was not easy to save half of their lives. Thinking of the ferocity just now, they still had lingering fear and cried. They were both terrified and in awe of the ancient tomb. After sobbing for a while, their emotions gradually stabilized. Their eyes were red, and they said fiercely, "We must have been fooled. We fell into the evil man's trap. Pavilion Master, we must not let that evil man go. We have to avenge our dead brothers." Wei Zhongxiong looked at more than a dozen outstanding elites of the Sword Pavilion who had fallen here. His face was also pained, and the corners of his mouth twitched. These disciples of the Sword Pavilion were all cultivated by him with great difficulty. Now they were all dead. His heart felt like it was bleeding. It was equivalent to more than 10 years of hard work being wasted. His expression was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were filled with hatred, and his body was filled with killing intent. "Jian Shursan, I am absolutely irreconcilable with you. You can't live under the same sky as me." Wei Zhongxiong was filled with grief and indignation. He looked up to the sky and roared again and again. The sound waves shook the entire tomb and shook off the dust. It could be seen how exuberant his anger was. If it wasn't for Sword 13 transmitting false information to attract him in, how could they have possibly fallen to such a miserable scene? Come to think of it, the Poison Sex Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang hadn't touched the immortal swords in the tomb. Instead, they had turned around and left. Didn't this mean that there was something wrong with this tomb? Otherwise, how could a person who loved swords let go of these immortal swords so easily? It's all because of that son of a bitch, Sword 13. Wei Zhongxiong said angrily. He believed that Jian Shursan had deceived him. Actually, he'd wronged Sword 13 because Sword 13 didn't know the secrets of this tomb chamber at all, and Sword 13 had only sent out everything he knew. Wei Zhongxiong, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. He allowed his disciple to act recklessly, which resulted in such a tragedy. If one were to say who was the culprit, it would definitely be Wei Zhongxiong. The death of more than 10 elite sword cultivators from the Sky Sect and Sword Sect was definitely related to him. As a leader, he naturally had to have the ability to distinguish right from wrong and think for his subordinates. However, he hadn't done so. He could only blame himself for being too confident. "Pavilion Master, what should we do now?" One of the Sky Sect's Sword Pavilion disciples asked fearfully. His face was pale and his body was trembling. This ancient tomb was so dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. They wouldn't even have a chance to resist. No wonder they were so afraid. Fortunately, not all of the Sky Sect's Sword Pavilion disciples had entered the tomb chamber. Among the people who had followed, only a dozen or so disciples had entered the tomb chamber. The remaining Sword Pavilion disciples were safe and sound. They hadn't been harmed, but their fear wasn't any less than the 3 crippled disciples. They had witnessed the destruction of their companions with their own eyes. Now they stood in place, not daring to move. Wei Zhongxiong frowned tightly. His eyes were still filled with hatred. It was hatred for Sword 13. But he also knew that he should put down his hatred and find a way out. "Come, I'll take you out," Wei Zhongxiong said with a face full of resentment. This ancient tomb was full of traps and was extremely dangerous. Even he didn't dare to barge in recklessly. He could only leave the ancient tomb first. As for the Sword Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang, Sword 13, and the others, he could only let them go for the time being. When they came out, he would settle the score with them. They had already grasped the way in. As for the way out, Wei Zhongxiong thought that it should be similar to the way in. So they went out the same way. However, when he stepped on a green brick, he immediately triggered the mechanism of the ancient tomb passage. Swoosh! Swoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced through the air. It was an incomparably sharp arrow whistling through the air. Be careful, retreat. Wei Zhongxiong immediately sensed the danger and hurriedly shouted to remind them. At the same time, he also unleashed his cultivation to block the first wave of arrow attacks. However, the second and third waves of arrows soon followed, which made it difficult for him to block. When the remaining disciples of the Sword Pavilion sensed that something was wrong, they had already retreated to the back. Only the 3 injured disciples of the Sword Pavilion slowed down. It was also because of their slow speed that when the 4th wave of arrows came, Wei Zhongxiong couldn't block them all. The arrows that missed hit them directly. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of arrows piercing into the bodies was heard. The 3 of them were pierced through the chest and died on the spot. Aha! Wei Zhongxiong, who had retreated, was furious when he saw this scene. He howled and roared on the spot. Because of his continuous mistakes, 2/3 of the disciples he brought with him had died. The remaining disciples were all scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. They didn't dare to move. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that they couldn't even find a way out. They could only be trapped in the ancient tomb. This undoubtedly made them feel desperate. What should we do? What should we do, Pavilion Master? The disciples of the Sword Pavilion were at a loss. They didn't know what to do. Panic spread among them. They were on the verge of collapse. If they couldn't get out, they could only die in the ancient tomb. How could they die in the ancient tomb when they hadn't enjoyed a good life enough? Stop arguing. What are you shouting for? Look at you. Do you still have the demeanor of a disciple of the Sword Pavilion? Wei Zhongxiong was already annoyed. Now that he heard their chatter, he was even more annoyed. After a loud shout, the situation calmed down. Chapter 635. Humph, he snorted coldly, then said calmly, listen to me. Now there are only 2 paths, go out or go deeper. We can't go out because we don't know how to get out. According to what Wei Zhongxiong said, the only way was to go deeper. This made many disciples of the heavenly sect's Sword Pavilion pale. It was already so dangerous to go out. If they went in, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Some of the more timid ones burst into tears after hearing the entire decision. Wei Zhongxiong's face was cold as he said fiercely, "The poison sect's people are deeper than us. There are people scouting ahead. What are you afraid of? If you're afraid of death, you can stay where you are and wait for the sect to rescue you. As for when the sect will send people over, that's unknown." Wasn't that right? Even the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion was trapped here. Who could save them? Unless the 3 Supreme Lords made a move. The other party was a marshal revered. He might not necessarily come to save them. I'll follow the Pavilion Master. I'll follow too. One by one, they began to express their stance. The remaining 2 or 3 disciples of the Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion, who did not want to go deeper into the ancient tomb, saw that there were too few people left and did not dare to stay here. God knows what they would have to wait for. If danger came, they might not be able to handle it. It was safer to follow the Pavilion Master. In any case, the Pavilion Master was an 8th-level martial ancestor expert. Wei Zhongxiong heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that they had all decided to follow him, he felt a little comforted. Just then he received another communication jade slip. It was from the traitor, Jian Shursen. Humph! When he saw this jade slip, he could not help but snort coldly. His face was cold and murderous, intent flowed in his eyes. This damned Jian Shursen still dared to send a message? Wei Zhongxiong and the other disciples of the Heavenly Sect's Sword Pavilion had been screwed over by Jian Shursen. I'd like to see how you explain this. Wei Zhongxiong snorted coldly and reached out to grab the communication jade slip in his hand. He then read it. This message mainly reported Jian Shisan's location and the route he was taking. Wei Zhongxiong couldn't help but hesitate. Should he continue to follow them? He had been screwed over by Jian Shisan just now. If he continued to follow Jian Shisan's route, would he be in danger? After thinking for a while, he had no other choice. He could only treat this as a dead horse. "Come, all of you follow me," he called out to his disciples. Along the way, Wei Zhongxiong did not encounter any danger. After probing a few times, Wei Zhongxiong finally felt relieved. He followed the route and method provided by the communication jade slip. Wei Zhongxiong could not help but be somewhat puzzled. According to the character of the traitor Sword 13, why would the other party not harm him? One had to know that when they were in the tomb earlier, Sword 13 had harmed over 10 disciples. Could it be that he had wronged him before? That was impossible. Actually, Wei Zhongxiong had really wronged Sword 13, because Sword 13 had never thought of tricking Wei Zhongxiong, and the route it had provided was all accurate. But even so, Wei Zhongxiong did not plan to let Sword 13 off, because he had lost more than 10 disciples, and this enmity had to be placed on Sword 13, or else it would be difficult to convince the masses. He needed a scapegoat, and Sword 13 was very suitable. Xiaoyang, Sword Pavilion Elder, and the others were already in another tomb chamber. This tomb chamber was also filled with immortal swords. These immortal swords were no different from the ones in the first chamber. They all had 7-colored light flowing on their surfaces and sword spirits playing within them. Sword Pavilion Elder, look, there are so many of them. So there are immortal swords here as well. No wonder the immortal Sword Pavilion Elder in the first tomb chamber gave up. Sword Pavilion Elder, let's hurry up and take the immortal swords. The disciples beside Xiaoyang and Sword Pavilion Elder were all restless. Light flowed in their eyes as they looked at the immortal swords greedily. They wished they could directly rush up and take the immortal swords in their hands. However, they were still restraining themselves. They all knew that this was the credit of Xiaoyang and Sword Pavilion Elder. With the two of them taking the lead, they had to obtain the consent of the two of them before they could go up and take the immortal swords. Sword 13 was also excited as he looked at the immortal swords with a burning gaze. His heart was filled with joy, and he secretly sent the news out. He did not know that Wei Zhongxiong and the others had encountered a calamity and was still complacently thinking about his own contributions. One had to know that if he did not send out the news, Wei Zhongxiong and the others would not have been able to enter. His actions naturally fell into the eyes of Xiaoyang and Sword Pavilion Elder. Xiaoyang and Sword Pavilion Elder looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Soon they made a decision. Sword 13, come over here. I have something to tell you. The others will listen to Xiaoyang's arrangements. Sword Pavilion Elder Chushe looked at Sword 13 and shouted, indicating for him to come over. Sword 13 naturally did not dare to disobey. In this place, Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang were the bosses. As long as he obeyed their orders, he would be able to survive. Moreover, Sword 13 believed that his actions were secretive and would not be noticed by others. Therefore, he thought that he was safe and naturally walked over. He walked in front of Sword Pavilion Elder, lowered his head slightly, bowed his back, and asked respectfully, Sword Pavilion Elder, if you have any instructions for me, just say it. I will do my best. He was now expressing his loyalty and playing the role of a loyal servant. As long as the matter was not exposed, he would still be an honest disciple of the sect. He believed that Sword Pavilion Elder would not harm him for no reason. Sword Pavilion Elder's beautiful eyes blinked, and then he pulled Sword 13 a little further away. After Xiaoyang saw Sword 13 being pulled away by Sword Pavilion Elder, he said to the remaining people, "The few of you quickly go up and take the immortal swords. Each of you will have one, and choose what you like." The reason why he deliberately sent Sword 13 away was because he wanted to alienate Sword 13. Because they all knew that Sword 13 was a traitor. When dealing with traitors, They had to ruthlessly suppress and kill them. For the time being, they did not kill this traitor because he was still useful. Therefore, such a huge opportunity like the immortal swords would naturally not be given to him. The other disciples were somewhat puzzled, but they did not ask any further. Right now, what they desired the most was the immortal swords. Therefore, after Xiaoyang gave the order, they did not hesitate to step into the tomb and take the immortal swords. This is mine. I want this one. This one is beautiful. Mine is domineering. It must be powerful. I like it. One by one, they were happily fighting for the immortal swords they liked. Then, they safely walked out of the tomb. They showed Xiaoyang the immortal swords in their hands, then retreated to the side and played with their immortal swords. The more they looked at them, the more they liked them. Their expressions were excited, and they laughed continuously. They were so excited that even their faces were flushed. Chapter 636. Their purpose for coming here this time was to find immortal swords. Now that they had finally found them, it could be considered a great harvest. As sword cultivators, they were naturally proud of having an immortal sword. They were people who liked swords, especially immortal swords. They almost treated swords as their own children and as a part of their bodies. They were very grateful to Xiaoyang and Sword Pavilion Elder. Senior Brother Xiaoyang, you should also quickly go in and choose an immortal sword. Yes, Senior Brother Yang, quickly go in and choose. They excitedly shouted at Xiaoyang with embarrassed expressions, because Xiaoyang and Sword Pavilion Elder brought them to find immortal swords. But after finding them, the two leaders were not in a hurry to choose their own immortal swords. Instead, they gave the opportunity to them. They were very ashamed. Xiaoyang was also happy to see his fellow disciples so excited. He nodded and smiled at them, then turned and walked into the tomb. The structure and space of this tomb was not much different from the first tomb. In the center was an altar with two immortal swords on it. As for the immortal swords on the surrounding walls, they had already been swept away. Although there were many immortal swords in this tomb, there were also many people here, so Xiaoyang was not surprised. He chuckled as he circulated his cultivation base and used his movement technique. With a single leap, he landed on the high platform of the central altar. 2 steps in front of him were 2 immortal swords lying on the ground. The immortal swords were simple in shape and emitted an aura of vicissitudes. There was also a sword spirit in the immortal swords. As if sensing Xiaoyang's arrival, the sword spirit jumped onto the immortal swords and looked at Xiaoyang curiously, occasionally playing with its head. That adorable look was very adorable. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "You will follow me from now on." These 2 immortal swords were ownerless. After saying that, Xiaoyang reached out and took the 2 immortal swords in his hand. Then he jumped down from the high platform and walked out of the tomb. Standing at the entrance of the tomb, he looked back at the tomb. It had been cleaned up, and there was not a single immortal sword left. The conversation between the Sword Pavilion Elder and Jian Shi-san had already ended. Xiaoyang took one of the immortal swords and walked in front of them. Then he handed the immortal sword to the extraordinarily good-looking Sword Pavilion Elder and said, "This is yours. Keep it well." The Sword Pavilion Elder's eyes lit up as he gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang, for choosing the sword for me." She played with the immortal sword in her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Then, she hugged the immortal sword to her chest. Jian Shi-san looked at the immortal sword with envy in his eyes. He also wanted to get one. He remembered that there were many immortal swords in the tomb, so he couldn't wait to enter the tomb to find his favorite immortal sword. Senior Brother Xiaoyang, Sword Pavilion Elder, if there's nothing else, I'll go choose my sword first. He couldn't wait to leave this place. He walked to the entrance of the tomb and used his movement technique to enter the tomb. After entering the tomb, Sword 13 simply had a face full of despair. His originally excited heart immediately cooled down, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his heart. looking around whether it was the central altar or the surrounding walls. They were all empty. There was not a single immortal sword. All the immortal swords in the tomb had been chosen by the others. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Jian Shursan's expression was ugly, his face pale, as if he had suffered a great blow. He walked out of the tomb with a face full of disappointment, looking at the other senior and junior brothers. Almost all of them had an immortal sword. He was the only one who didn't have anything. He felt even more unbalanced in his heart, feeling very hurt and wronged. With a comparison, the gap in his heart was even greater. Why do you all have immortal swords, and I don't? Because everyone came together. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Jian Shursan looked at Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang with grievance and indignation. He seemed to have understood something. If Sword Pavilion Elder hadn't sent him away, he would have definitely been able to choose an immortal sword. He felt that Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang were deliberately targeting him. However, Xiaoyang and the Sword Pavilion Elder ignored his gloomy and ugly expression. Sword Pavilion Elder said coldly, "All right, since everyone has an immortal sword, the mission is considered completed. We will return now." As for the pale-faced Jian Shursan with resentment in his eyes, it was as if there was no such person. Xiaoyang and Sword Pavilion Elder could be so heartless and cold-blooded because they knew that Jian Shursan was a traitor. On the other hand, the disciples of the other sects could not bear to watch any longer and felt guilty in their hearts. They did not know that Jian Shursan was a traitor, so they still treated him as one of their own. For Jian Shursan to receive such treatment, they naturally felt uncomfortable in their hearts. It was just that everyone wanted a divine sword like an immortal sword. If they were asked to give it up, they would not be willing to part with it. Jian Shursan said pitifully, "Sword Pavilion Elder, senior brother Xiaoyang, I don't even have an immortal sword yet. So it can't be said that everyone has an immortal sword?" Yes, he felt wronged for himself and had to complain a little. When the other disciples saw this, under the urging of their conscience and morals, they also couldn't help saying a few words for Jian Shursan. "Sword Pavilion Elder, senior brother Xiaoyang, senior brother Jian Shursan still doesn't have an immortal sword. How about we continue looking? That's right, we are all fellow disciples. We will face difficulties together, enjoy blessings together, and go through trials and tribulations together. Then let's continue looking." The disciples of the poison sect's Sword Pavilion all stood up to make suggestions. They could be considered as supporting Jian Shursan. This allowed Jian Shursan to sigh in relief. His heart felt a bit warm, but at the same time he felt a bit guilty, because he was very clear about his identity. On the surface, he was a disciple of Sword Pavilion, their fellow disciple. But in reality, he had already been bribed by Wei Zhongxiong to become his informant and spy. Although he felt a bit guilty when he thought of how he had already committed such a betrayal, there was no turning back. He could only walk this path to the end. The poison sect's people only had one word for traitors: kill. Jian Shursan still didn't want to die, so in order to survive, he could only join hands with Wei Zhongxiong and the others to capture Xiaoyang, Sword Pavilion Elder, and the others in one fell swoop. "Humph, all of you shut up." Seeing so many Sword Pavilion disciples speak up for Jian Shursan, Sword Pavilion Elder was a bit angry. A trash like Jian Shursan was simply unworthy of their friendship. She narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes and stared at Jian Shursan with a spurious smile. "Jian Shursan, you still have the face to ask me for an immortal sword?" She had already obtained enough evidence from Xiaoyang to prove that Jian Shursan was a traitor. Not to mention, she had personally seen Jian Shursan send out the news. Jian Shursan was startled and a bit terrified. His heart thumped. Could it be that the matter of him betraying them had been discovered? He had a bad premonition. Chapter 637. His eyes darted around as he forced himself to calm down. He comforted himself that Sword Pavilion Elder was definitely bluffing him, and he couldn't let the cat out of the bag. He took a deep breath and pretended to be aggrieved as he said indignantly, "Sword Pavilion Elder, I don't know what you mean by this. I'm from the poison sex, Sword Pavilion. I came here to experience danger and difficulty with you. You all have immortal swords, so why am I embarrassed to ask for more?" Only the surrounding people looked pensive. They all knew Sword Pavilion Elder's character. He wouldn't cause trouble for others for no reason. If Sword Pavilion Elder was targeting Sword 13, then there might be a problem with him. Humph. You still have the face to say you're from the poison sex Sword Pavilion? Do you have any shame? Even if you don't, the poison sex Sword Pavilion still has face. Sword Pavilion Elder was so angry that he raised his eyebrows and glared fiercely at Sword 13. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place," she reprimanded. Sword 13 had a very bad feeling. Perhaps the matter had really been discovered. However, Wei Zhongxiong hadn't come in yet. He could only continue to stall for time and wait for Wei Zhongxiong and the others to come in so that they could join hands. He hurriedly defended himself. "Sword Pavilion Elder, I'm innocent. Brother Xiaoyang, you have to uphold justice for me. Fellow brothers, we've been together for so many years. Don't you know my character?" The poison sex Sword Pavilion disciples hesitated, not knowing whether to believe Sword 13. Xiaoyang, who had been watching coldly from the side, slowly stepped forward with a cold smile. He looked disdainfully at Sword 13 and mocked, "Sword 13, look at what this is." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and took out a jade slip from his storage ring. After this jade slip was activated by Xiaoyang's cultivation, it released many projections. The first projection was the scene outside the ancient tomb where Jian Shi-san had secretly set up a trap and pushed his senior and junior brothers. "Jian Shi-san, your father and I cannot live under the same sky. It was actually you who secretly tricked me to fall. I still didn't understand why I fell. So it was you who did it. In that case, the reason why Wei Zhongxiong knew the location of this ancient tomb was definitely because you secretly communicated with Wei Zhongxiong. As a spy, you secretly sent him a message and betrayed us, damn it. Sword 13 is a traitor." "Oh my God, I was just pleading for him. Isn't that so? Someone like him even asked us to believe in his character just now. It's true that you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature." The disciples of the poison sex Sword Pavilion were instantly enraged. They had been deceived by Jian Shi-san, who wouldn't be angry, not to mention that Jian Shi-san was actually a traitor, betraying them. It was truly disgusting. No wonder the Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang deliberately distanced themselves from him. It turned out that his actions had been discovered. Fortunately, he was discovered early. Otherwise, we would have been killed by him sooner or later. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm innocent. I didn't do it on purpose. When Sword 13 saw this scene, his face was also filled with terror. He originally thought that he had done it very secretly, but he didn't expect that Xiaoyang had seen everything. He even felt complacent about it. It was really too shameful. However, what could this scene prove? He could be thick-skinned and refuse to admit it. As long as he could stall for enough time and wait for Wei Zhongxiong and the others to arrive, would he still be afraid of not being able to escape? He had planned everything long ago. Xiaoyang used the jade slip to project not only this scene, but also the next two scenes of Jian Shi-san secretly passing on information. When these two scenes fell into the eyes of everyone, they once again received the furious curses of the Sword Pavilion disciples. Shameless, despicable, and filthy. Look at these two scenes. You still want to quibble at this point? Stubborn fool. I'm ashamed to be associated with you, especially the Sword Pavilion disciple who had been framed earlier. With a clang, he directly drew his immortal sword and pointed it at Jian Shi-san. He said angrily, "Jian Shi-san, you traitor, what else do you have to say now? Hand over your life." Jian Shi-san knew that he couldn't continue pretending, so he simply stood up with a cold smile on his face. He looked disdainfully at Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion Elder, and the others. He said, "That's right, so what if I did it? Do you still want to kill me? Let me tell you, my backer is Wei Zhongxiong. As long as you dare to harm me in the slightest, Wei Zhongxiong will definitely not let you off." Bastard. Bastard. So shameless. Senior brother Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion Elder, let us kill him. One by one, the poison sect's Sword Pavilion disciples pleaded. The Sword Pavilion Elder looked at Xiaoyang and said, slowly, "You can make the decision on this matter." She was thoroughly disappointed in Jianshi-san, but Jianshi-san was still a member of the Sword Pavilion, so she didn't want him to die at her hands. In the end, the Sword Pavilion Elder was just a girl. Although she was cold on the surface, her heart was soft and kind. Xiaoyang chuckled and looked at Jianshi-san's ferocious roar with disdain. He said indifferently, "Jianshi-san, do you think you can live? Let me tell you, even if we don't kill you, there will still be others who will. According to this time, they should be here soon." The reason why they didn't stop Jianshi-san when they discovered that he was a traitor was because they wanted to use him to achieve some goal. This was why they didn't stop Jianshi-san when he passed the message. Now, from Jianshi-san's performance, Wei Zhongxiong should have fallen into a trap. Wei Zhongxiong wanted to use Jianshi-san, but didn't they also want to use Jianshi-san? It was nothing more than seeing who schemed deeper. Although Jianshi-san was terrified, because the Sword Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang, and the rest had the advantage in numbers, he was afraid that these people would join hands and surge up. But when he heard that Xiaoyang did not plan on killing him, he could not help heaving a sigh of relief. He looked down fiercely on Xiaoyang and explained to Xiaoyang very confidently, "Xiaoyang, to tell you the truth, if you guys don't kill me, then no one in this world can kill me. Instead, it's you guys who should be careful of your own little lives." Jianshi-san had paid so much for Wei Zhongxiong, and his contributions were enormous. Wei Zhongxiong didn't even have time to protect him. How could he possibly still kill him? Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion Elder, and the rest were idiots, letting him off for nothing. Jianshi-san thought proudly. Senior apprentice brother Xiaoyang, how can we let this traitor off so easily? Yeah, senior apprentice brother Xiaoyang, we're all thinking of getting rid of him. Senior apprentice brother Xiaoyang, why be merciful to this kind of person? Hearing that Xiaoyang didn't kill Jianshi-san, all of them couldn't help but curse. They simply hated a traitor like Jianshi-san to the bone and wished for nothing more than to directly kill him. How could they let him off so easily? The Sword Pavilion Elder, who was as cold as ice, also couldn't help but glance at Xiaoyang and say firmly, "Brother Xiaoyang, if we don't kill him, how can we convince the masses?" The poison sect's rules were strict. A traitor should have a traitor's fate. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone casually betray the sect? Chapter 638. As a noble pavilion elder, she naturally had to uphold the dignity and rules of the sect. Xiaoyang chuckled and comforted them, "Don't worry. Although Xiaoyang won't kill him, he still won't be able to walk out of the tomb alive." The Sword Pavilion Elder was doubtful and didn't believe him. The other disciples of the Sword Pavilion were also suspicious, but seeing that Xiaoyang had never lied, they reluctantly waited for his answer. Jianshi-san sneered and looked at Xiaoyang with disdain. "Xiaoyang, you said it yourself. If you don't kill me, I'll walk out of the tomb for you to see." Humph! Just as he turned around and was about to walk out of the tomb, Wei Zhongxiong arrived with a large group of Sword Pavilion disciples. The disciples of the two great sects met again. When they were outside the ancient tomb, Wei Zhongxiong had relied on his cultivation and the disciples of the Sword Pavilion to suppress Xiaoyang and the Sword Pavilion Elder. In this ancient tomb, Wei Zhongxiong still relied on his powerful cultivation to be superior to others. On the contrary, his Heaven Sect's Sword Pavilion disciples had decreased by 2/3. The remaining 1/3 were filled with fear and uneasiness. They only calmed down when they saw the Sword Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang, and the others. Yes, since Wei Zhongxiong's group lost 2/3 of their talents in the tomb, their minds had almost collapsed. They all braced themselves to enter the tomb and walked in front of the Sword Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang and the others. They didn't expect that they would finally succeed. As long as they saw the Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang, it would be fine. With them leading the way, they would definitely be able to walk out of the tomb. Each and every one of them seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of life, and they became much more spirited. Poison sect! Why are you dawdling and not bringing the immortal sword to us? What are you planning? Wei Zhongxiong directly berated Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion Elder, and the others. After all, Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion Elder, and the others were forced to enter the tomb by him. Their purpose was to help him find the immortal sword. Even though he had lost 2/3 of his men, he still had the absolute advantage. He still had the right to order people like the Sword Pavilion Elder and Xiaoyang around. After scolding, he saw the immortal swords in the hands of Xiaoyang and the Sword Pavilion Elder. His eyes lit up and his face was full of greed. Wasn't their goal of coming to this ancient sword immortal ruin to search for the immortal sword? In the first chamber, both the man and the immortal sword were destroyed. However, there were more than 10 immortal swords in the second chamber. This was simply a huge fortune. Although these swords were in the hands of Sword Pavilion Elder Xiaoyang and the others, they still ended up in his hands. Haha, to Wei Zhongxiong, the matter of the immortal sword was already settled. It was just a matter of getting it sooner or later. Now was naturally not the right time to fight for the immortal sword, because only the Sword Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang, and the others knew the way out of the tomb. If they turned against each other, it would be disadvantageous for him to leave the tomb. He thought that he should find a way out. He had just scolded them sternly. If he softened his stance now, wouldn't he lose face? Xiaoyang pointed at Sword 13 and said, "You're the Sword Pavilion Master of the Sky Sect, Wei Zhongxiong, right? Yo, where are those outstanding elite disciples of yours?" He deliberately transferred Wei Zhongxiong's conflict and hatred to Sword 13. It would have been better if this matter was not mentioned. Once it was mentioned, Wei Zhongxiong's fiery temper immediately exploded. His eyes revealed hatred and resentment. When he thought of the dozen or so outstanding disciples that had died in the first chamber, his heart ached. He snorted coldly, and his gaze fell onto Sword 13 as he shouted out explosively, "Sword 13, how audacious of you to dare scheme against me. Are you tired of living?" If it wasn't for Sword 13's message, how could they have suffered such a huge loss? The other disciples of the Sword Pavilion also stared at Sword 13 with hatred, their eyes filled with indescribable anger. Sword 13 was instantly dumbfounded. His face was filled with confusion, and he was a little confused about the situation. Heavens, I've already done my duty as a traitor. It's fine if I didn't get any praise, but how can I be scolded? What did I do wrong? Sword 13 thought, if it wasn't for my message, how could you guys enter here smoothly? The more he thought, the angrier he got. A huge contribution couldn't be erased. Even if there was no contribution, at least there was hard work, right? He who had once again suffered a huge grievance couldn't help but roar angrily. He rebuked Wei Zhongxiong. "Wei Zhongxiong, that's enough. I, Sword 13, betrayed the poison sect, colluded with you, and became a spy that everyone curses. I sold information to you, yet you still berate me so rudely? On what basis?" Sword 13 did indeed have a reason to be angry. He didn't do anything wrong at all. Instead, he was cautious and conscientious. He was very worthy of his identity as a spy. What reason did Wei Zhongxiong have to scold him? "You dare contradict this pavilion master. You're courting death." Wei Zhongxiong roared angrily, then raised his leg and fiercely stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground trembled, and a majestic force exploded out, instantly smashing onto Sword 13's body, directly blasting Sword 13 flying out, smashing into the wall, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he dispiritedly fell to the ground. He'd always thought that the reason he'd lost 2/3 of his outstanding disciples was entirely because of this bastard, Sword 13. Because to him who was extremely confident, he would absolutely not be wrong. The only one who was wrong was the entire world. For example, if he wanted to hit someone and they didn't allow him to, then it was the world's fault and not his fault. All the disciples of the poisoned sect's Sword Pavilion were stunned. What's going on? Why did they start fighting at the slightest disagreement? Didn't Sword 13 collude with Wei Zhongxiang? This was something Sword 13 had admitted himself. Could it be that they'd turned against each other and become enemies? The Sword Pavilion elder glanced at Xiaoyang and seemed to be lost in thought. Xiaoyang maintained his signature smile from beginning to end, as if he'd expected this scene. No wonder Xiaoyang said that there would naturally be someone to deal with Sword 13. So it was true and not false. All the disciples of the poison sect's Sword Pavilion had a whole new level of respect for Xiaoyang and didn't dare believe it. After Wei Zhongxiang injured Sword 13, he didn't let Sword 13 off because of this. He snorted coldly, took a few steps forward, arrived before Sword 13, and then stomped down, stepping on Sword 13's chest, and roared furiously at Sword 13. Sword 13, you caused this pavilion master to lose over 10 outstanding disciples, and this pavilion master still hasn't settled the score with you. What qualifications do you have to shout at me? Those were over 10 outstanding elites of the Sword Pavilion. All of them possessed outstanding natural talent and possessed outstanding natural endowments. If they were given sufficient time to grow, they would absolutely be able to reach Wu Zun's level. However, they were gone just like that. How could he not feel heartache? During this period of time, he'd even exhausted quite a bit of heavenly treasures and resources that were immeasurable. All of this was a loss.